Right side of the sheet is wide open. Tage Thompson holds it. In front, scores! What a pass! Thompson to Doan down on the doorstep. And the Buffalo Sabres with a power play goal.
The Sabres fell short in overtime to the Tampa Bay Lightning last night by a score of 4-3. Matthias Samuelsson had a night, scored 2 goals, and Josh Doan scored the other. They remain in a playoff spot after jumping Montreal yesterday. Some injury news ahead of the Olympic break. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen will no longer participate for Team Finland due to his lower body injury. We're still awaiting more on Josh Norris, Zach Benson, and Jordan Greenway. And that's your Sabres injury report, brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. They're next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Penguins at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the action with puck drop starting at 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the Bills hiring former Titans quarterback coach Bo Hardigree as their new quarterbacks coach. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, you'll be able to follow along at our website, WGR550.com. Coming up later today, Bills head coach Joe Brady will join Jeremy and Joe at 8 o'clock. Around the NFL, Browns head coach Todd Monken said it's to be determined if Shedeur Sanders will start for the Browns next season, and he'll be calling plays as well. Giants, they've hired former Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator, and the Jets announced they've completed an in-person interview with former Panthers head coach Frank Reich for their offensive coordinator vacancy, former Colts head coach. In the NBA, per Shams Charania, the Los Angeles Clippers are trading James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Go 550.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. It's cold again. It's not that cold, but it's kind of cold.
I mean, it's been cold.
It's been cold. It's 7 degrees. In the 20s this week, and then whatever. Like, the Olympics are coming.
Not above, yeah, right, exactly. There you go, Winter Olympics.
I got the Olympics. That'll make it feel like it's okay.
It's got to be cold.
It's okay to be cold out, yeah. Opening ceremony's on Friday. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We've got head coach Joe Brady at 8 a.m. Excited to talk with him. We'll talk with Bills GM Brandon Beane tomorrow. So Joe Brady at 8 a.m. and lots beyond that. Might reach out to Paul. Sometimes during these games, especially if it's a late game. And last night, 7:30 counts as a late game. I'm saying it. 7's a regular game, 7:30's a late game. I mean,
it's not Sabres after dark.
When I sit down and I go to turn it on, I see, like, what? Another half hour?
Yeah.
That's a late game.
Yeah.
Devastating to find out that was a 7:30 game. I didn't quite know that.
Plus overtime.
Overtime, yes.
Yeah, it's a commitment. I mean, the game ended at 11, maybe a little bit before 11.
Has everyone recovered from the game? I mean, it was pretty intense.
Yeah, yes. I think
you have.
I'm mostly okay, they got 3 out of 4.
Okay.
They got 3 out of 4 in Florida. That's great for them.
It's great.
That's great in general. I don't know the last time I could say they probably would have done that, especially in games where they've played on back-to-back nights. Do teams always have to play back-to-back nights, by the way, in Florida?
No.
Okay. So one of those teams doesn't always get an advantage of a team going on a back-to-back? Fine.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm still coming down from bewilderment and anger in the moment on what Peyton Krebs was doing in overtime.
Okay.
to
That'll happen.
a place of zen of they're 7 points clear. They got a
7
point.
points clear.
They played the best team in the Eastern Conference.
I was going to say, could I say
on the road, playing the night before. Colton Chaos is in net. And he actually, I thought, was really good from almost the entirety of the game.
Colton Chaos, baby.
Yeah.
I think I
should feel good. I should feel good about
right.
yesterday.
If you are having trouble feeling good, allow me to lay it out like this. So you're telling me this is to a person that's going to say like, well, I really feel like they should have gotten to. So you're telling me that your team went on the road, played a back-to-back with a third-string goalie, your third goalie, and played a team that has won 18 of 20, 18 of 19.
Yeah.
And they couldn't beat you without going to the bonus area of the game. And then it took until 4.5 of the 5 minutes of the bonus time and a breakaway. And you lost your 1 point like that. And you're thinking, oh, man, really? We should have gotten 2. Like, I get it.
It's that, and it's also having the lead with 25 seconds to go.
Fine. When it was 3-3 and they're on the power play, I would have taken a point. This power play,
I agree with that.
I would have taken a point. And I stand by it. And they also, I thought, in overtime, you know where the talent gap really looked like it was obvious to me was overtime. Overtime, I like Ryan McLeod. I got a little too much Ryan McLeod in overtime. Is that wrong?
Yeah. I like him because he's their best skater.
I know he's fast.
He is the fastest player on the team.
I know he's fast. Overtime, you got to be a finisher, right? You got to be a really great finisher. And they're rolling out Kucherov, and it's a Gensel breakaway.
Yeah.
And
when they're healthy, Braden Point.
Yes. I thought when I was in overtime, when they're in overtime, and I'm watching, I'm thinking, I'm waiting for Tage shifts. I don't know who's going to beat a goalie, but Tage. And Darlene's out there, and that's good. And Byram,
he had a clean look. Didn't beat him.
He did. There were a bunch of good. I don't mean to say that in any way about like a bad thing about Ryan McLeod. I like having a speedy skater, but the whole time I'm thinking like, man, I found myself wondering if Jarmo watches that game and thinks this is where I'm missing a top 6 guy. This is where I want one more finisher in my lineup.
A guy with like an all-world shot and release.
Sure.
Right.
For lack of a better person here, like Panarin, who might get moved to a team, like having him out there, having a Patrick Kane, who he probably won't get traded because he's on Detroit and they're good. But where's my finisher? And I don't need that for the regular season. Do I even really need that in the playoffs? I think the answer to that is yes. And I don't want to make a trade based on 3-on-3, which doesn't happen in the playoffs.
Correct. Right.
But there are times in that game when it felt like, the Sabres are weathering the storm a little bit, and the Lightning are just like buzzsawing at Colton Chaos. So, hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. I thought that it was another game where I would have fully been prepared had they lost 4-1 to say like, whatever, no big deal.
Yeah.
And instead they took him to the wire. So no moral victory, actual point. You are in a playoff spot. Every point matters. To get to 100 points for the season, they have to go 14-10-2. That's it. To get to 100.
And 100 is, I'm sure, above 50-50.
100's got to get in. Yes.
Yeah, like they yesterday are above 80% to make the playoffs on every site I could find except for one, Money Puck, where they're like 75%. Like they're going to have to do a job in the other direction to find a way to miss the playoffs. Like it would have to be a collapse at this point. So the point helps you in not having that happen.
Yep.
Right. So it depends where you look at it. From the 10-minute mark of the third period, well, actually, they had the lead then, too, I guess. After the Lightning tie it, when you're 2-2, would I have taken a point? Absolutely. Yes. 1 minute to go. Like, yeah, there is a little bit of get it home, and why am I leaving Radish wide open at the point? I think that was Krebs, too. And, like, he, the night before, maybe earned them 2 points, right?
Sure.
So maybe it evens out, because he had a 3-point night, one of his best games as a Sabre. But I think he is the culprit on the game-tying goal by not chasing out to the point. Maybe it's Tuck, too. Like, it was one of the two that should have been out there. And then in overtime, I mean, he's looking up in the air, looking like he's a 3-year-old playing T-ball, looking up for butterflies. I don't even know what he on earth could have possibly been trying to do. It's not like he's taking a risk to have the puck jar free and then go take a shot because Tuck is standing there.
Right.
If the puck comes out from where Darlene is, Tuck isn't alone. So you're not doing anything by staying in the zone. I guess that single play was so bad for me that it's having me get to the 3 and 4. I'm going to get there, though.
Well, then
I've got the standings open right now, and I'm looking at it, and
you got to feel great.
I'm feeling great.
You got to feel great. Well, then make my point about McLeod about Krebs. Like someone that makes it so it's not Krebs in overtime.
Krebs, not a finisher.
Not a finisher.
Good skater.
Right. Not a good passer, not a finisher.
Yeah.
The Sabres sit in 3rd in the Atlantic, 2 points behind Detroit with a game in hand, and they play Pittsburgh tomorrow.
Yep.
And then go to the break. So, listen, the good news about winning in Florida and then beating the Panthers and then getting a point against Tampa is, I don't want to say that the Pittsburgh game doesn't matter, but we had kind of wondered there, boy, you don't want to go to the break limping in after having such an incredible stretch, and I think that fear is gone. You lose to Pittsburgh, like, all right, that's a rough finish at the end of it, but this stretch that they're on is like one of the best stretches in NHL history, the best stretch in franchise history, and you just played a team that's on a stretch that is equal to what you've done.
All right.
It felt huge. You want to know something else funny about last night's game? The number of people saying, check out this Eastern Conference final preview. And I did not tweet back to all of them to say, like, that probably can't happen, by the way.
It's actually, I think, impossible.
Well, if they finish in the 3 spot, it is impossible for that to happen.
They'd have to get matched up with Carolina in the first round.
Yes. You'd have to drop down to
a wild card.
Right. That's the only way. The only way to happen is if you drop into a wild card and then play Carolina in the first round and then both those teams. Yeah, but if you're in the division, like if the playoffs started today, you could not play Tampa in the conference final.
I did see the take yesterday. I don't know if we're ready for this yet. This is more of like an April 10th conversation maybe of purposely dropping to the wild card spot that gets you into the Metro bracket because the Metro is way worse than the Atlantic.
I will listen to that. I will listen.
Would you rather be the wild card playing the Metro?
Let's go ahead and scout that against Pittsburgh tomorrow. The Penguins lost last night to the Islanders.
Yep. Basically, you find a way to beat Carolina, who underachieves in the playoffs a lot.
True, but usually they
and then
win.
you get a second-round series against, like, the Islanders.
Take it.
Or the Penguins.
And then the next thing you know, you're the Patriots. And you're all the way there.
There we go.
And you didn't beat anybody.
Yeah. Well, if you're fully the Patriots, you'd be playing like a backup goalie by the time you get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Backup forwards, too.
And backup forwards.
Pretty rough. Tonight, if you're looking for, out-of-town scoreboard watching, Bruins-Panthers. Montreal plays in Winnipeg.
Yep, that's a big one.
The Red Wings play in Utah.
Yep.
So lots of scoreboard watching out there. And then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey, I mean.
Well, kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday, that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team out depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington. Because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot. Because right now, you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there, like, it's more than a 7-point cushion, because it's a 7-point cushion, and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like, they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They've won a couple months ago?
10 of 11? Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago.
Well, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. You got 2 goals from Matthias Samuelsson on a back-to-back in Tampa with Colton Chaos in net and got a point.
He's got 11 now.
11
goals.
Colton Ellis, chaos agent. I'm telling you, he's like watching him play goal is like taking smelling salts. I know he saved 3 goals, whatever his goals above expected. I've said this before. I want a different metric for him. I expect every shot to go in. He's all over the place.
He did fall into his own net a couple of times. He's trying to dive.
Every time that they throw it, it's like, honestly, watching him play net, and again, he played well. I'm not trying to take anything from him other than the experience of watching him play. It's like watching a goalie in soccer manage the net on a corner kick. That's how much net I feel like I see when he plays. I feel like I see a soccer net behind him because he's just everywhere. And there's a save, and he's trying to dive on it, and there's 10 bodies around, and he's not even at the top of the crease. He's above the top of the crease. Mm-hmm. Holy cow, what an experience. It is something to behold.
He was just a little bit above expected, like 0.2.
Okay, good. All right, fine. So he played fine.
Yeah, he played fine.
If not for the Olympic break, which we'll get Lyon tomorrow against Pittsburgh. If not for the Olympic break, he'd be playing a bunch. Like Luukkonen is going to miss the Olympics. We know that now. Mm-hmm. So Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen misses the Olympics, and he'll take this time to get healthy. Hopefully the Sabres, can use this time to get healthy. Tage and Dahlin will go, and that's it. So you two stay healthy, be well, win gold. And, come back healthy for the stretch run.
I do really think if there was one more injury for Team USA on the blue line, Samuelsson deserves a call. Honestly, this is Tage level of development, isn't it? From one year to the next?
Yes.
I'm seeing that comparison made more and more, like the most incredible I think it's on the level of Tage.
Yeah.
Especially that first year. Like Tage hadn't scored 50. It was like 35 that first year that he really broke out. He's got 11 goals. He had 7 in his 6-year career before that, total. And he's got 11 this year.
What's the explanation? Activation?
I don't. Is it all encompassing? Like he decided I'm going to be more physical, and therefore his defensive play got tenfold better, and then the offense just comes with it because of confidence. Like. I don't know what it is. He's never scored like this in any level in hockey ever.
Is this his Jonathan Cheechoo season?
He scored 56 goals in 07, right?
56 goals in 05-06. He never had more than 37 anywhere else. Now that's, 56. But Jonathan Cheechoo played 7 years in the NHL, scored 9, 28, 56, 37, 23, 12, and 5. And was gone 56. Just
56. Probably the lowest amount of career goals by someone who led the NHL in goals one season.
170?
170 was his career total. I don't know what the explanation is offensively. Like, he's out there in overtime, and I'm thinking good.
Yeah.
Like, right now, guys that finish, he's big and he's got a heavy shot, and he just puts everything into it. I don't know what it is, but he scored from a bad angle again yesterday. Did that against the Rangers. He did that yesterday. I don't know what the explanation is for the offense. I think the defense is a lot easier to figure out. Mm-hmm. Like, he's just playing more aggressive. That's all it took. He's a different player on that end. Offensively, it's incredible. It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen year to year from a player.
803-0550, if you want to join us on the Sabres, who they're giving us quite a thrill ride this season. It's been awesome. Our conversation with Lindy Ruff yesterday, if you missed it, it was a good talk about a lot of different things, whether it's what he's said to the team and making tactical adjustments and guys buying in. And they've just, I don't know. There was the first period against Florida where they looked a little bit asleep.
Yes.
But last night was another game where, man, the power play where Doan scores and the 3 to 4 minutes before that, if you ever see those videos where they blur the images on purpose so you don't know which team or which player it is? They do this with quarterbacks online. Someone will post, like, which quarterback is this? And you can't see numbers. You can't see anything they do other than the way they look. Anyway, if you had done that to the Sabres last night, you would have thought, like, oh, that's one of the top 3 teams in the league. Moving the puck everywhere. The Lightning are scrambling, trying to defend them. They look fast. They look relentless. Like, the way they pass the puck, we haven't seen this team play like this in years. And I know we just keep saying it over and over again. Like, holy cow, are they good? How good are they? How good could they be? Greg Wyshynski was on the afternoon show yesterday, and he kind of said, yeah, they might be good, but right now they're lucky. They're lucky because they're out shooting teams. They're getting outshot all the time, and they're winning. And they put it on the broadcast last night. They are now, 22-10-2 when they get outshot? So shots on goal isn't like any sort of end-all, be-all. But we've started to see a routine where it's the third period and it's 3-3, and the shots are 31-17 for the other team.
I respect that often does look bad, and it's obviously not ideal to be getting outshot that heavily consistently. But I think it is a product of a lot of how they play. We talked to Appert last week, and he mentioned how they're not a high-volume shot team.
Yeah, they don't spam the net.
They don't just throw pucks.
Which is great.
And Right. It is great because look how much they score. They score about as much as anybody. And it's because the way that they score is sustainable. They have stopped focusing on rush chances and have been far more effective cycling the puck in the zone high and almost creating miniature rushes in the zone, which is far safer than transition rushes where you have the opportunity that the other team can come back and get you on your heels and you give up a rush against. They have eliminated that from their game.
Can I give you some numbers on this that are kind of, it'll tell you the tale. So Carolina, if you want to dig into advanced stats, you can do a number of different things. You can we can go back to Corsi, Fenwick, which is like shot attempts not counting block, whatever. Carolina is number 1 in the league in Corsi, which is just shots at the goalie, right?
Yep.
That includes block shots. Isn't Fenwick is without the block shots?
I think that's
okay.
right.
All right. Carolina's number 1 in the NHL in shots at the net. The Buffalo Sabres are 23rd. If I go to expected goal percentage, Carolina is 7 and Buffalo's 8.
Yeah.
Like with Carolina, you have a team that and they've done this for years. And this might be why they get knocked out of the playoffs. So I've got the number 1 team and the number 23 team in just shooting the puck at the net. And then expected goals percentage, I've got them at 7 and 8.
Right.
Like you have the Sabres clearly getting much higher quality, and Carolina's plan is just like throw it down there and see what happens.
Right. And the Sabres have, I think, recognized that they have the personnel to play that kind of system, especially on the back end. That, like, their skill on D is what allows them to play that style where they're using their forwards high in the zone and the D are activating low. It allows them to really open it up and play comfortably because they know their D are covered. Their forwards are responsible. We've talked about how they don't really have an irresponsible forward on the roster aside from Jack Quinn, and even he's been better recently. So they score all these goals attacking downhill as if they're on a rush, but they're in the zone, so it's far safer. It's a really it's a new way of playing, and I'm impressed that a coach that's been in the league as long as Lindy has kind of brought that out of a young team. It's impressive. It's why I think he should probably win the Jack Adams almost no matter where they finish in the playoffs. Like, I think that they have found an exploit here to play a sustainable way that we're seeing might not always look the same as other teams that are great. That's your Carolina point. But they win because it's effective and they know how to do it.
Yeah. I think all those points are totally, like, I mean, the volume shooting versus the quality shooting, I think that they are going to sustain offensively what they've been doing. They might even go above that. If they get a hot month on the power play, which has not really happened. I was surprised to see yesterday they are 18th on the power play this season. It feels way worse than that.
They score a lot of broken plays, so it doesn't look like power play goals.
Right, it doesn't feel like it.
Makes it feel like that.
So, like, we'll see. Maybe they get a hot month on the power play and the scoring even goes up from where it is. That's not the part I'm really worried about being sustained. I wouldn't even say worried. I think the more credible thing to wonder about what they're doing is sustainable is if they can continue to get goaltending like
this. That's going to be that's $1 million question.
Like, because the shooting, like that, the shooting percentage, like that I could see staying. Are they going to be a 90? I think they're 935 save percentage, like since the 10-game win streak started.
Absurd.
And if you had Andrei Vasilevsky or Sorokin in net or Shesterkin, I could believe, you're going to do that. This is the year that guy's having. That could still be the case for Alex Lyon and Luukkonen and even Ellis to a lesser extent. But the difference there is those three guys have not been goalies that have done that year after year after year. So what do they look like out of the break? Like, do they slow down? Because if they slow down, that's how I get some regression. I don't even think that would be enough to, like, kick you out of the playoff picture.
No.
But it would be enough to say, okay, I'm not winning a round.
There is a part of that, their success, that is due to the same thing we're talking about offensively, defensively. Like I mentioned, they don't give us up any rush chances against. They are toward the bottom of the league since they started this win streak in rush chances against, which means it's an easy environment for a goaltender to play in. And they might be getting high volume, but it's because nobody can get to the inside on them because their D are all big and kill plays.
Yeah.
So they're getting a lot of fluff shots from the outside that are really low percentage shots, which makes a goalie's life really easy. As a goaltender, I'd love a game where I get 35, but 25 of them are all
From the wall?
From the wall.
Yeah.
Give me that. It gets me into the game. I love it. I can control more. I'm more impactful because I can put rebounds into places where my guys can get it. It allows me to be more involved. I'd rather play that game than a game where I get 16 shots, but 10 of them are high danger all day.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, Owen's here, senior goaltending correspondent. Joe Callie's here as well, hanging out on a Wednesday. And the Sabres next play Thursday against the Pittsburgh Penguins. You want to offer us a thought on, what they're doing? You can. We're happy to take your phone call at 803-0550.
70 points they got to.
Not bad.
Do you know what date last year the Sabres got to 70 points?
March 17th.
March 17th?
Is a guess. It's got to be. I know it's March.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's April.
April. All right. Good.
April 4th.
April 4th.
2 months. 2-month difference.
Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, 803-0550 to join us. We've got lots to get to today. Joe Brady coming up at 8 o'clock. Brandon Bean and Joe Brady, they're everywhere, and we're going to get a little dose of them as well and have our questions for them. Reading some articles about the hiring process, and also Brandon Bean talking with Catherine Fitzgerald about receivers. Got some Bills stuff to get into, and we can follow up with each of these men today and tomorrow. Again, Joe Brady, 8 o'clock today. Don't miss that. And join us along the way. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Colton Ellis, chaos agent. I'm telling you, if you just, he's like, watching him play goal is like taking smelling salts. I know he saved 3 goals, whatever his goals above expected. I've said this before. I want a different metric for him. I expect every shot to go in. He's all over the place.
He did fall into his own net a couple of times.
He is.
He's trying to dive.
Every time that they throw it, it's like, honestly, watching him play net, and again, he played well. I'm not trying to take anything from him other than the experience of watching him play. It's like watching a goalie in soccer manage the net on a corner kick. That's how much net I feel like I see when he plays. I feel like I see a soccer net behind him because he's just everywhere. And there's a save, and he's trying to dive on it, and there's 10 bodies around, and he's not even at the top of the crease. He's above the top of the crease. Mm-hmm. Holy cow, what an experience. It is something to behold.
He was just a little bit above expected, like 0.2.
Okay, good. All right, fine. So he played fine.
Yeah, he played fine.
If not for the Olympic break, which we'll get Lion tomorrow against Pittsburgh. If not for the Olympic break, he'd be playing a bunch. Like Luukkonen is going to miss the Olympics. We know that now. Mm-hmm. So Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen misses the Olympics, and he'll take this time to get healthy. Has everyone recovered from the game? I mean, it was pretty intense.
Yeah, yes. I think
you have.
I'm mostly to okay. They got 3 out of 4.
Okay,
they got 3 out of 4 in Florida. That's great for them.
It's great.
That's great in general. I don't know the last time I could say they probably would have done that, especially in games where they've played on back-to-back nights. Do teams always have to play back-to-back nights, by the way, in Florida?
No.
Okay. So one of those teams doesn't always get an advantage of a team going on a back-to-back? Fine.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm still coming down from bewilderment and anger in the moment on what Peyton Krebs was doing in overtime.
Okay.
To
that'll happen.
A place of zen of they're 7 points clear. They got a
7
point.
7 points clear.
Right side of the sheet is wide open. Tage Thompson holds it. In front, scores! What a pass! Thompson to Doan down on the doorstep.
The Sabres fell short in overtime to the Tampa Bay Lightning last night by a score 4-3. Mattias Samuelsson has 2 goals on the night, and Josh Doan scored the other. They remain in a playoff spot after jumping Montreal yesterday. Some injury news ahead of the Olympic break. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen will no longer participate for Team Finland due to his lower body injury. We're still awaiting more on Josh Norris, Zach Benson, and Jordan Greenway. That's your Sabres injury report, brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. They're next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Penguins at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the action with Puck Drop at 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the Bills are hiring former Titans quarterback coach Bo Hardigree as their new quarterback's coach. He will replace Ronald Curry. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, you can follow along at our website, WGR550.com. Coming up later today, Bills head coach Joe Brady will join Jeremy and Joe at 8 o'clock. Around the NFL, Browns head coach Todd Monken said it's to be determined if Shedeur Sanders will start for the Browns next season, and Monken said he will be calling the plays as well. The Giants hired former Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator, and the Jets announced they've completed an in-person interview with former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich for their offensive coordinator vacancy. In the NBA, per Shams Charania, the Los Angeles Clippers are trading James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hagel has the puck stripped away from him. Buffalo will bring it out. Nice take it over the line. Here's Quinn up the middle. Scores! Great shot on the rush. It's Samuelsson again up the middle. A 2-goal game for Mattias Samuelsson.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the first moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. James Harden got traded.
Again.
I'm deciding if the comparison is to the card game Old Maid or Hearts. Both of them involve having a queen handed to you, passed to you, left with you that you don't want. Harden got traded. How many teams has he been on? 20?
Well, he's been on 4 in the last 4 years.
Okay, and now he's going to the Cavs?
Now he's, well, oh, right, so that, sorry, this would be 5.
All right.
Can you name them?
No. The Rockets. The Nets.
Yes. Rockets, Nets, Sixers, Clippers, and now the Cavs.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a cycle. Every he plays for a year and a half, and then
the
trade.
The groundhog sees his shadow. James Harden gets traded. That's pretty much how it goes, right?
Yeah, late season journeyman. Career journeyman.
We're taking your calls on the Pro Bowl.
I saw 2 plays yesterday. A Jamar Chase pick 6 and a play where Dak Prescott took the snap, lateraled it back to Jalen Hurts on like a flea flicker, who then threw a jump ball touchdown to Kyle Hamilton, who was playing receiver.
Great.
Yeah. So I don't know. Did it go well? Did anyone? I didn't watch it.
Looks like they had a good time. No news today that someone tore up their knee.
That's good.
Were they playing on good turf? It was turf. I could be nervous about that.
I don't know.
And Jamar Chase did a backflip. I'd have been nervous as a Bengals fan. Also, if you want to mock Bengals fans, say, hey, congratulations on the Pro Bowl.
They also, I think
they played hard.
They did do the tug-of-war and the dodgeball, I think.
Okay.
I saw clips of that. Unless they were being shared from last year. I think they did do some of the other activities.
803-0550 is our phone number. Give us a ring if you want. On the Sabres, on the Bills, we're getting into, off-season stuff and franchise tag window. We also have, of course, the Super Bowl, which we cannot escape here. New England winning, if we could remove the New England part of it, New England winning, what would it do? What would it be? It would be we all have to pretend that they're the best team for a little while. The Patriot way is back. We have to pretend that they have some sort of magic, even though we all know that they weren't magic or anything like that. It's not all luck. Would it be like the Hurricanes winning the Cup? I mean, the Hurricanes were a good team that year, and they got unbelievably lucky.
Similar, yeah.
Not just in how they beat the Sabres, then they beat the Oilers in 7 games with their third goalie.
Right. Olsen got hurt.
Okay, I guess that's the team that wins. We all know they would have lost in the previous round if the teams were healthy.
Well, who's the last Super Bowl champion like that?
That you felt that
you felt like
they're not that good?
Not the best team.
We felt that way about the Chiefs a couple times, but at least they have the resume to say,
right?
No, this team is great.
Was Denver that way just because Peyton Manning was so bad in that final year? The defense was amazing.
Yes, it was.
But the offense was so bad.
Yeah.
So maybe you go back to that. I mean, it's a decade ago. The Giants get this sometimes, right? They were great in those games.
Yeah, but
I think that can erase it.
But they were 9-7.
They were a 9-7 team. They went on the road. They won all those games. Nothing during the regular season those years would have told you that was some elite team that should win the Super Bowl. But what can erase that, I think, is what they did. They showed up and had a great performance against New England.
Yeah, they shut down a great offense.
And I think the opponent always will do a lot for them on that. If the Giants had gone to the Super Bowl the year they were 9-7 and they had beaten the Broncos. They beat the Broncos like Jay Cutler in the Super Bowl and they won that game. It would be remembered more fluky than it is right now because they beat Brady. And New England's not getting that opportunity. They're not going up against Mahomes. They're not going up against
Stafford
even Stafford, right? They're going against Darnold, and I think that could allow their Super Bowl to look flukier in the future because they're not going to beat an all-time great.
Let me give you another Super Bowl winner that you might have felt this way about. New England when they beat the Rams the first time. They're 14-point underdogs.
Yep.
The Rams in that era were the greatest show on turf. They had a bad day. Kurt Warner throws a pick to Ty Law. Brady wins MVP with 140 or 160 yards passing.
Is that it?
Vinatieri's first ever kick to win when they start the Patriots dynasty.
Yeah, 20-17.
Yeah, check out Brady's stat line in that game. 20-17.
16 of 27, 145 yards and a touchdown.
147 yards passing.
145. Yeah.
That team was not all-time great, and the Rams were on the doorstep of being thought to be all-time great. They were amazing.
Yeah, Warner was 365 yards.
And lost.
But he threw 2 picks.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. But they erased it after.
That's right. But that game
by winning after.
That game felt like they played 100 times. The Rams win 96 of them. Mm-hmm. And we got one of the 4. The Patriots end up winning, and they're the champs. Anyway, Mike in Albany. Mike, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, I can't believe that Joe Brady's coming on the air in 2 hours, and I can't think about anything else other than talking about the Sabres.
Yep.
It has been an absolute joy watching them. over the past 10 years, I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't tune in twice a week. I just couldn't take it. But now I feel myself running home from work so that I can get in early to watch the game.
Yep.
Guys, sorry I'm out of breath. I was just on the treadmill.
That's all right.
I didn't think I'd get through that quick. So just something I wanted to just note, and then I had a favor to ask of you. Over the season, watching the Sabres play, one thing that I keep thinking about, we got studs. We got guys scoring. We got guys playing above the expected level that we thought they'd be playing. It reminds me of the times when LaFontaine came in. Mogilny was there. We were scoring a ton of goals. Look, fast forward to when we had a Finnegan, Briere, that crew. Again, scoring at a high level. One common theme, though, was we were getting solid goaltending play. And that's this team. They have 3 guys, which is crazy to say. They're all playing at a high level. And to get to that next level, we need our goaltenders to be playing the way they're doing. So this past week, I had a chance to watch the documentary on Dominic. It was pretty cool. I just haven't had a chance to hear him in a while, and hearing his voice always gives me a chuckle. So my request for you guys is, I can't remember who would play it, what show it was. It might have been Howard. They used to have Hashioki.
Yeah, Mike Schob had that. Steve Sean did Hashioki, and I wonder if they're online somewhere. I'll see if I can find it.
I would love to hear that. Again, just as a tribute to our goaltending play over the past couple months and what's going to get us to the next level. If we could hear a little bit of Hashioki, our top goalie, one of the best goalies ever in the NHL.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why the Sabres are going to get, hopefully, to the level that we're looking to. And it's just a joy not to have to think about New England Patriots for the last 2 weeks and not to think about the Bills and the turmoil that we've had over the past 2 weeks, not to spend too much time on it because it's just been fun.
Yeah,
it's been fun to talk about the Sabres. So,
and more, I would say more fun is coming. I think it's stressful now. Wait till they get to, April.
Yep.
And wait till they get to, hey, win tonight and you're 97% to make it. Wait till we get to, it's nice outside and you're watching a game on a patio.
Yes.
Haven't done that
or in the plaza.
Forever.
Wear shorts to the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think, though, the comparison between, you bring up the LaFontaine McGillney team and also the Briere 06 team. What those teams had in goal, yes, it was great. And this team's getting, at the moment, the same level of goaltending, at least from the Miller team. Hasek made 73 saves in a game. I'm not sure many people can do the same as that. But those guys were on their way to becoming all-time greats, right? This team has guys that are doing it, and maybe this is a problem for next year that we shouldn't even really be thinking about right now, because those teams, that's sustainability. That's Miller is going to be a goalie of that level. Maybe you didn't know it about Hasek on those LaFontaine teams, but he was about to become the best goalie of all time. Here, right now, I don't know who of these guys does this for a long time. Lyon did this for Florida a couple of years ago. Lesser games, but Bobrovsky went down the year the Sabres missed by 1. He came in, got hot in the regular season, leapfrogged Florida into the playoffs. Then he started the postseason for them and was bad and got pulled. And it was over like that. And we haven't seen Luukkonen do it for more than one season at a time. Ellis is maybe the guy. You would think, I don't know, this year is realistic for this. But imagine he was a Sabre draft pick. If he was, we had known about him for multiple years, his best goalie prospect in the organization like he was in St. Louis, and then 24 years old, he gets called up and it's going the way it's going, which is, it's going pretty good. You might think about him as being that guy in the future. But I think that's probably more a conversation for, I guess it could be for the playoffs too. It could be for the playoffs. I think it's more, though, for next year. I have no idea what they'll get in net or who will be their goalies or who, what kind of level of production they'll get.
To this exact point, one thing Kevin Adams, listen, does he deserve some credit for what's on the ice right now? Yes. One spot where I am maybe optimistic that Jarmo Kekalainen is the one handling this offseason instead of Kevin Adams is that if Adams is guilty of anything over the course of his career, it was just thinking everything that's happening is going to continue to go in the right direction, right? everything will go right.
Right.
This goalie, he's going to continue to grow. This team we have in place, this rookie and this player and this player. And, whether they miss by a point and just add a third pair defenseman and a bottom six forward, no, not everything is going to continue to go in the right direction. And Kekalainen might get to this offseason and say, great season. I've got to now take 3 of these pieces that I think are pretty good and just accept that not all 3 of them are going to continue on this arc. Trade it for 2 pieces. Trade it for 1 piece. Just try to find a way to get more return in fewer spots, because that's ultimately what you want. To have 15 forwards that you can play is great. To transition that from 15 forwards to 9 forwards where you have elite play at the top is better. So, I always make the comparison of you're playing fantasy football. You have all these great receivers. Congratulations. Do you have a Jamar Chase? Do you have a CeeDee Lamb? If you don't have one of them, you're in trouble. You need someone to fill the production of 2 in 1 spot. And the Sabres probably will need to make a move of that nature. I don't know if it's deadline or it's the offseason, but I like that Kekalainen is in charge for that, because I feel like he will be bold enough. He'll have the relationships with GMs to do something like that. 803-0550. But for now, it is great. It is really great. You can join us, 803-0550. Joe Brady, Bill's head coach, coming up at 8 o'clock. If you're on hold, Louis Jerry will get to your calls. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase. This Sunday, Redfin is kicking off an even bigger game during the big game. They are giving away $1 million home in an epic, never-before-done scavenger hunt. All
Has everyone recovered from the game? I mean, it was pretty intense.
Yes. I think
You have?
I'm mostly to... Okay, they got 3 out of 4.
Okay.
They got 3 out of 4 in Florida. That's great for them.
It's great.
That's great in general. I don't know the last time I could say they probably would have done that, especially in games where they've played on back-to-back nights. Do teams always have to play back-to-back nights, by the way, in Florida?
No.
Okay. So one of those teams doesn't always get an advantage of a team going on a back-to-back? Fine.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm still coming down from bewilderment and anger in the moment on what Peyton Krebs was doing in overtime.
Okay.
To
That'll happen.
A place of zen of they're 7 points clear. They got a
7
point.
Points clear.
They played the best team in the Eastern
I was
Conference.
going to say, could I say
on the road, playing the night before. Colton Chaos is in net. And he actually, I thought, was really good from almost the entirety of the game.
Colton Chaos, baby.
Yeah,
I think I
should feel good. I should feel good about
right.
yesterday.
If you are having trouble feeling good, allow me to lay it out like this. So you're telling me this is to a person that's going to say well, I really feel like they should have gotten to. So you're telling me that your team went on the road, played a back-to-back with a third-string goalie, your third goalie, and played a team that has won 18 of 20, 18 of 19.
Yeah.
And they couldn't beat you without going to the bonus area of the game. And then it took until 4.5 of the 5 minutes of the bonus time and a breakaway. And you lost your 1 point like that. And you're thinking, oh, man, really? We should have gotten 2. I get it.
It's that, and it's also having the lead with 25 seconds to go.
Fine. And when it was 3-3 and they're on the power play, I would have taken a point. This power play,
I agree with that.
I would have taken a point. Lots of scoreboard watching out there, and then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey,
kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday, that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team out depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington. Because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot because right now you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there, like, it's more than a 7-point cushion because it's a 7-point cushion and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They
won
couple months ago?
10 of 11. Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago.
Yeah, full transparency. I've been off all social media, so I did not see that until you said that. Again, I got nothing but love and respect for Steph. I mean, some of the plays that, he made for us and even continues to make now. I mean, I was watching, I think it was the Texans game where he caught a little short post in the end zone, hands caught it. Like, the dude's an unbelievable football player. He was a great teammate when he was here in Buffalo. And again, nothing but love and respect for him. And that's what I got to say about that. He's an absolute stud. He's a fantastic football player.
Josh Allen on, is that First Things First?
No,
CBS Sports. All right, he made the rounds. He was also on Nick Wright's show.
I did see that, yeah.
How about that? And he said that...
Well, he's doing the Super Bowl Radio Row promotional tour.
He's on Nick Wright's show, and he was asked, do you think I'm unfair to you? And he said no. I'm like, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Allen making the rounds. And there he is on Stephon Diggs, saying nice things about each other.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to draft Diggs in former Bill, future Bill? I just want to put it out there.
That
should be worth triple points.
Think I do.
Okay.
Given that he is under contract for 2 more years in New England.
Okay, fair.
And then by that point, how old is he?
33. How old is he now? 31, 32?
He is 32.
Do you know?
We're talking about a 35-year-old Diggs becoming a free agent.
Here's a stat for you. Diggs has the most playoff receptions before appearing in a Super Bowl in NFL history. 80. 80 postseason catches before appearing in a Super Bowl. Louie in Stony Creek. Louie, good morning.
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking my call. I'd just like to make a comment on Brandon Beane's explicit comments yesterday. And you know what? If I was not GM, I'd really put myself on the line now. So in a way, I'm kind of happy he got all pissed off. I wouldn't have chosen those words, but he's basically saying, if I don't get my job done, my ass is on the line. I don't care. I'm leaving. The moving truck is ready to go. So you know what? So be it. If get it done, Bean. Now's your chance to prove to us that you can be a good GM and get us over the top. And I just want to hear your comments on that.
He clarified with Peter Schrager. Mm-hmm. So the comments that were made to Tyler Dunn, bleep the outside, it basically, it reminded me of a coach saying, it's on me. Jim Fossil did this once before the Giants made a playoff. They didn't win a Super Bowl with Fossil, right? They won it with Tom Coughlin.
No, they
Fossil
went to the Super Bowl with him.
Okay, with Fossil, yes.
Yeah, and they lost to
That's the year they lose.
Trent Dilfer.
They lose to the Ravens.
Yeah.
Might have been that year, one of those years. Jim Fossil pounds the table and says it's on me, and that reminded me. Bean's comments to Tyler Dunn kind of reminded me of that. I know it's on me. It's choice language, of course. But he explained how it's more of the mindset he has than it is anybody about bleep one person or bleep you. It's just the mindset he has, and I think what he's talking about is he believes what he does, which doesn't. I mean, everybody. If you make a decision on a coach, you have to believe in it, and when he believes in what he does, he defends it in a certain way, and I feel like we've seen him do that a couple times. So he had more to say on it. Peter Schrager and Joe Brady. He and Joe Brady. Bean and Joe Brady are there with Peter Schrager. And he explains it. If you want to go ahead and check that out, it's at Peter Schrager's Twitter. So, yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know what to say about it, really, about those comments. In there, the comment I saw in Tyler's piece was that Joe Brady indicated maybe the downfield passing game is something that needed to be a little better, and he said it's on me to make sure we have the pieces to do that. So that's something we can ask Joe about at 8 o'clock. I'm also told that Joe Brady is pretty close to a shorts every day guy.
He was wearing them in that video the Bills put out where he went to work at 4:30 in the morning on day one. And that was one of those days where it was -6.
Yeah.
And he was walking in with shorts. He's from Florida. Does that play into it?
It's a good question. You just only
Are you more likely
shorts?
Are you more likely to be a shorts everyday guy if you are
in Florida or from Florida?
See, I would think I don't know, because Florida, some Floridians, I don't not say all, some are wearing parkas when it's 56 degrees out.
Right.
So maybe that goes both ways.
The real question is, and maybe we'll save this for Joe Brady, but is an NFL coach allowed to wear shorts?
On the sidelines?
Yeah, Mike McDaniel's rocking joggers. You're inches away from shorts. Imagine he just...
Has that ever been done?
Can you wear shorts? You can't wear them on the PGA Tour, but can you wear shorts as a head coach?
I don't want to hear. Great question.
I don't want to hear anything about shorts being unprofessional because Bill Belichick wore sweaty hoodies with the arms cut off.
Right?
Can he wear shorts?
Well, he didn't wear. Well, no, he did wear that on the sidelines. Huh?
We can find out.
I'm looking right now, and I can't find any NFL coach that's ever just done a quick search. Jack Del Rio wore a full suit on the sidelines, 2006.
Mike Nolan also did that?
Yeah, Mike Nolan. There he is. No, nothing on shorts.
All right. Let's find out.
I mean, is it because it's a bad look? You don't look professional? But like you said, you're wearing hoodies out there. It's not hockey coach. Hockey coach where you're expected to wear a suit behind the bench. That's a more drastic change than, instead of hoodie and joggers, I'm wearing hoodie and shorts.
Then there's baseball managers who just wear uniforms.
Should Joe Brady do that?
No, that'd be weird.
Wear a uniform?
That'd be weird. 803-0550. A thought on last night's game? Throw it our way. Got some Bill stuff to get to on the other side as well, including Brandon Bean's comments to Catherine Fitzgerald, the Buffalo News. She asked about certain receivers, where it went right, where it went wrong. And I want to read you what he said about Elijah Moore, because if there's anything that maybe lines up with the idea that the coach and the GM are more aligned, it might be Bean's comments to Catherine Fitzgerald on Elijah Moore. So we'll get to those, and of course, talk a little receiver. It's what we do. And on the Sabres as well. Sabres fall in Tampa in overtime, a thriller of a game, get 3 out of 4 on that Florida swing. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Colton Ellis, chaos agent. I'm telling you, if you just, he's like, watching him play goal
Jeremy,
is
what
like
here for
taking smelling salts. I know he saved 3 goals, whatever his goals above expected. I've said this before. I want a different metric for him. I expect every shot to go in. He's all over the place.
He did fall into his own net a couple of times. He's trying to dive.
Every time that they throw it, it's like, honestly, watching him play net, and again, he played well. I'm not trying to take anything from him other than the experience of watching him play. It's like watching a goalie in soccer manage the net on a corner kick. That's how much net I feel like I see when he plays. I feel like I see a soccer net behind him because he's just everywhere. and there's a save, and he's trying to dive on it, and there's 10 bodies around, and he's not even at the top of the crease. He's above the top of the crease. Mm-hmm. Holy cow, what an experience. It is something to behold.
He was just a little bit above expected, like 0.2.
Okay, good. All right, fine. So he played fine.
Yeah, he played fine.
If not for the Olympic break, which we're going to we'll get Lion tomorrow against Pittsburgh. If not for the Olympic break, he'd be playing a bunch. Like, Luukkonen is going to miss the Olympics. We know that now. Mm-hmm. So Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen misses the Olympics, and he'll take this time to get healthy. Lots of scoreboard watching out there, and then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey, I mean...
Well, kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday, that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team out depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington. Because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot because right now you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there. Like, it's more than a 7-point cushion because it's a 7-point cushion and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They
won
a couple months ago?
10 of 11? Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago?
The Sabres fell short in overtime to the Tampa Bay Lightning last night by a score of 4-3. Matthias Samuelsson scored 2 goals, and Josh Doan was the other goal scorer. They remain in a playoff spot after jumping Montreal yesterday in the standings. Some injury news ahead of the Olympic break. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen will no longer participate for Team Finland due to his lower body injury. Still awaiting more on Josh Norris, Zach Benson, and Jordan Greenway. That's your Sabres injury report, brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. They're next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Penguins at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the action with Puck Drop at 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the Bills hiring former Titans quarterback coach Bo Hardigree as their new quarterback coach. He'll replace Ronald Curry. And for all of the updates on the coaching staff, you can follow along at our website, WGR550.com. Coming up later today, Bills head coach Joe Brady will join Jeremy and Joe at 8 o'clock. Around the NFL, Browns head coach Todd Monken said it's to be determined if Shedeur Sanders will start for the Browns next season. He also added that he will be calling the plays as well. Giants, they've hired former Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator, and the Jets announced they've completed an in-person interview with former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich for their offensive coordinator vacancy. In the NBA, per Shams Charania, the Los Angeles Clippers are trading James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I know what that was. That was a question of, like, after Joe was hired, it was basically, what do you say to critics who say, you shouldn't have hired from within? The point is, when you sign up for these jobs, you don't do it to please people. You do it to do the best job. It's really a mindset. It's not really, if any person, a media or a fan or anything. But I can say this, like, man, if I listened to even a third of the people on Josh Allen, I probably wouldn't be sitting here. I probably would have already been fired for taking someone else or passing on Josh Allen. And so, when you get in these seats, you just have to do the work. Okay, there's no shortcuts. And in this case, we had a panel of people. We talked about each candidate. We went through all of them. If you're not in the know of that, you really wouldn't be able to give a fair assessment of which of the 9 people that we interviewed deserve the job.
Brandon Beane with Peter Schrager there. He and Joe Brady appeared with Peter Schrager on his podcast to talk about the comment to Tyler Dunn. Bleep the outside. Gonna make sure I was like halfway to saying the first word there. That would have been bad for us. Anyway, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, happy Wednesday. We'll talk to the Bills head coach in about an hour. It's funny, like this. They're very available to tell how they made this decision. I liked reading Jay Skursky's piece in the Buffalo News about they gave, I think it was a 30-minute look into game scenarios, what you would choose, and all this. And that's a question for Brandon tomorrow when we have him on at 8:30 tomorrow, which is, what's the right answer? When you give the coach, what would you do in this game scenario? Is there right and wrong? Or is it more just like of a find out what kind of coach this person is? Like 4th and 3 at the plus 40, and Mike Tomlin's like, punt. Like that's, if I'm the GM, wrong answer. Go is the right answer. And you're giving these evaluations, these game evaluations. Do you want to take the ball first? What would you do if there's a personal foul on a touchdown? And would you put it at the 1 and go for 2? So we can ask Joe Brady a little bit about that stuff coming up at 8 o'clock, his game management and all that. I teased something going to the break that when I get to, and we'll get back to your phone calls at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So Catherine Fitzgerald spoke with the Bills GM and asked him about the receivers, like where maybe the production was not where it was supposed to be. And he spoke specifically on Josh Palmer, Elijah Moore, and Brandon Cooks and Keon Coleman. So those 4. Like Shakir's not in there. Shakir produced for them. Samuel, like he was hurt, whatever. But you got Beane's thoughts on those 4. In this piece, we learn a few things. One, that the Bills might very well be interested in bringing back Brandon Cooks, and I think Brandon Cooks might also be interested in coming back. But on Elijah Moore. So here's what Beane said about Elijah Moore, and I think this will take us to a conversation about the GM and the coach being more aligned. He says, quote, Elijah Moore, if you go back, was making plays for us, but the returner position got in the way. We got Curtis Samuel back healthy, and it was a lot of, to me, where we erred was we didn't pick a group, keep them healthy, and roll with them at receiver. This is something McDermott said, that continuity at the position had been tough. So he goes on to say, Bean, the next week Elijah was down, and this guy's never been down in his life. He's a very accomplished receiver. I think a very good player. But it became, is he up? Is he down? Well, that's not going to foster a healthy dynamic of trust and knowing where you're going to be if you're the quarterback. You don't even know on Tuesday or Wednesday if the guy is up or down yet. He goes on to say they released Moore. They mutually parted ways. He played 9 games, had 9 catches on 17 targets. I know damn well Elijah Moore can play. He helped us win some games, but I don't get into some of those decisions. I try to put myself in, if I was the head coach and I'm in charge of winning games out there, then let me live or die by the 48 players. But Joe and I will be able to have dialogue about that. And I think that's going to improve significantly, us being on the same page. So he maybe thought Elijah Moore should have played more.
Right.
And there's math on return men, and Ray Davis and Curtis Samuel, and how they were shuffling their receivers with the return game affected Elijah Moore. And, Moore was brought in right after the draft. 9 games, 9 catches, up and down the lineup. But I know damn well he can play. He helped us win games. It seems like Bean is of the belief that Elijah Moore should have had a better opportunity here.
He did have 120 catches in the 2 previous seasons.
Yes, he did.
Before coming to Buffalo. So that could be a valid defense of... But that happened with so many of their receivers that they came here and did less. Like, there's a long list of that.
Yeah.
And it goes to Samuel and Palmer and MVS and Cooper and Diggs when he was here did less under this coordinator, this coach than others. Davis too. So, like, is that the reason why for everybody? It also could be different reasons, right? Like, Palmer might have been playing through injury, and we know Samuel was doing that. It could be about being up and down.
In this piece with Palmer, he reveals that Palmer was unable to run certain routes,
right,
because of the ankle injury or whatever.
Right. So, okay, does that mean next year you get a player of that level again, and they're just expecting that it's going to go better?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, we'll get to your calls here, and if you want to call us on the Sabres, you can as well, because they had an exciting game last night. The answer to this is kind of simple, and what I think it's simple, and I think what you ultimately had with your receiving room is, who should we dress this week? I don't know. Who should we expect to be good?
It was the position that really forced, I think, that situation because nobody was being productive.
Right. If you have a hierarchy,
different things.
It's a little bit of like the everybody eats mindset at receiver, which is, we've got a lot of guys that can dress if we need them to.
Right.
But who on your roster feels like you must play them guy?
Right. Like
Moore,
by the way, like that didn't start happening until you really got into the season. Like Moore was active all of the first 4 games of the year. What do you have? 4 catches.
Yep.
Like if you had 9 catches, if you had made a couple more plays, then you're probably not getting scratched the next week. And then he misses 1, and then he's back in for the Atlanta game, and it's 2 targets, 0 catches. Then you go to the bye. He's out there against Carolina. He plays against the Panthers. So then he plays against Kansas City the next week.
He had one big catch in that game.
He's only inactive, I think, for 1 of the first 9 games of the year.
Yeah.
9 weeks of the year. 8 games.
And production was not there. And again, like he's saying, you don't know if you're up or down.
And that's true, but that's only true, really, I think, after that stretch.
Right.
Like after the first half of the year, that was true. The first half of the year, he's there, he's available, he's playing, I'm looking 25 to 40% of the snaps on most weeks, and nothing's happening.
Right.
So what do you want to do?
And then he gets let go. He goes to Denver. He appears for Denver in 1 game, the AFC Championship game. He caught 1 pass for 4 yards.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the idea that, it sounds like a little bit like you're pounding the table. This should have gone better for you, Elijah Moore. And I just don't know what you should expect.
I just don't know that would even be the reason what I would give as to why that happened. I've wondered this about Brady. Like, what the list of receivers that you don't get as much out of. And what is, because I do wonder, maybe that is part of it. There's got to be some explanation for a player that has 120 catches in 2 previous seasons. He comes here and it's 9 in 9 games. Like, why is the drop-off that dramatic? It's not like he's never playing. He's playing, there are games in here where he's playing 40% of the snaps, and he's not getting more than 1 catch. Why? What is that? That's running the ball a lot, right?
Sure. And this is just like, but this is just, we're talking bottom of the barrel. How come this didn't work better? I don't know what you should ever expect. Every receiver that is picked up after free agency runs and after the draft, for whatever team they get picked up on, doesn't have to be Elijah Moore. You name the receiver. What on earth should you expect from that player?
Well, can I at least expect what they've been giving me the year before? Or what they were giving me on the previous stop?
No, you shouldn't. Because if other teams expected that, they would have jobs before the draft. There's a reason these guys are available.
It's not just going down. It is cratering.
You have a full off season of, but can this guy find a job? Wide open market, anywhere he wants to go. He doesn't get signed. And the draft happens. And the reason it doesn't happen is because, like, a guy like this to give money to and guaranteed money to, if you just draft a guy in the 4th round, you should probably be able to get the same level of production. Like 9 catches in 9 games and 112 yards, expecting it to go better. I don't know. This is part of the thing I wonder about the offseason for them. Shouldn't they fill this position just so they can stop stressing about it? You're constantly working at it. Mm-hmm. Gabe Davis is going to come back, and then it's Brandon Cooks and Mika. If you just, had a hierarchy there, you just stop stressing about it. One position the Bills never stress about is offensive line. They stay healthy. They know who's good. They have a hierarchy. Mm-hmm. They don't just shuffle the guards every couple games because why? Because they're just good. They have good players, and they never have to worry about it. You can go to bed at night, put your head on the pillow, and know your offensive line is going to be good. And at receiver, you go into multiple seasons like, oh, who's it going to be this week? Who might dress? Is Curtis Samuel healthy? And I know, I would agree. He makes a point here. Health was a big factor in this. Mm-hmm. You can't control it. Josh Palmer got hurt. Curtis Samuel, maybe you knew that was going to be an issue for him. He's always hurt, it seems, and I bet they move on from him because of that.
And they would have known that before.
I just feel
he had
like
injuries in previous stops.
It doesn't really work for me to think the guy you picked up after the draft, I know he can play. He helped us win games. His best game was what? A 28-yard catch? That's his biggest game? His highest output of the season? He had 31 yards against the Jets on 1 catch. He had 30 yards against Miami on 2 catches. He didn't have a touchdown on the year.
That would be more true of Moore than it would be of the other two.
He had a rushing touchdown. He had a rushing touchdown against the Jets.
Right. Palmer and Samuel were signed at the beginning of free agency.
Right. And they were signed to decent money that you wanted them to contribute, and they didn't turn into what you needed them to turn into.
Right. And maybe those would be the two that you would attribute to injuries because their numbers went way down when they got here. Because to me, for those two especially, more, you make a good point about being after the draft and nobody really wanting him. Maybe then someone wanted him for $3 million because they gave him $5 million, right, instead of vet minimum.
$5 million, but 2.5 guaranteed. And Bean even said on One Bills Live when announcing the Elijah Moore thing that they told them to wait until after the draft. We'll see what happens.
Right.
So they were open to something of the draft that didn't fall that way, and they go back to Elijah Moore. And I just don't know what you really should reasonably be expecting from any player you sign at that time.
But with the other two, you signed those guys and they were decent players before. I do not think they're great players at all. I do think they were overpaid, and the idea of paying guys of that caliber in free agency, I don't think is the smartest move. But give me the 600 yards that you had before.
Right.
Palmer or Samuel. And if you want to throw that out to injury, then throw it out to injury. They didn't come close to that here. Allen should be getting more out of these guys. That was the reputation, is you come here. John Brown and Cole Beasley, how much different were they when they signed? The caliber of player. They were fine players in the league.
And
they were not great.
They popped off.
And then they came here and got way better. And
they also stayed healthy.
Two,
John Brown had some injuries, but they stayed healthy.
But those two went down even when they were in the lineup. Palmer, same thing. When did he get hurt?
Atlanta.
And he had the one big catch at the beginning of the Atlanta game.
Before that, it's 2 catches a game.
Right. It's one catch. He had a big game against Baltimore, right? Because right at the
Everybody
end.
did at the end, yep.
Jets game, he had 2 catches. Miami game, he had 1 catch. New Orleans, he had 2 catches. New England, he had 2 catches. Those are your games before Atlanta. He wasn't on track to do a lot.
Right. Without that one catch against Atlanta down the field, we really would think that Josh Palmer did nothing. And that catch kind of led everyone to think, oh, he was just about to have some big role in the offense, and that might be true.
So, I think it could be both. I think it is both. I think it is that they have approached the position in a way that I don't love, in that you're giving out that level of contract to the middle of the road, average mid-level receivers. And
third
also,
receivers on other teams.
And also, you should be getting more out of them than you got.
Let's get a couple calls in here. Jerry and Kenmore. Jerry, good morning.
Real quickly on the receiver thing, where are Elijah Moore's 600 yards coming at? At the expense of our tight end, at the expense of our running game, at the expense of our receiving running back, Khalil Shakir? Part of our issue with wide receivers is the distribution and the line share, and an offense that's designed around that. Real quickly on the Sabres, and this hasn't happened in decades, it feels like. I was watching the game at a sports bar last night, and the TVs were not in sync. And you could, like 30 seconds out of sync. Uh-huh. And the bar was ahead of us by 30 seconds. And you could hear the horn when Tampa scored. You could hear the cheer when the Sabres. And there's 50 people in this thing at 10 o'clock, Overtime happens. Everybody in the dining room got up and went to the bar. The dining room was empty, and we were 6 deep at the bar watching overtime.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, thanks, Jerry. We said this a couple times, like the group chats about, like, what are you doing for the game tonight? You want to go somewhere? Want to do something?
Yeah.
And being in a bar or I was when the win streak started, I was at a holiday party, and same kind of thing, like late in the game, late third period, everyone moved from just mingling to like right on the television to watch it. I think back to moments like that when the Sabres had a previous 10-game win streak. The world's largest disco is going on, and the disco kind of stopped to watch a shootout. Mm-hmm. Like, we're getting that back, and we're getting it back later in the year than we've ever got it back, which is great. Like, November is one thing, but February into March.
We haven't had many Februarys.
No. I can't wait for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, they're home against Pittsburgh, last game before the break. Like,
yep.
The atmosphere inside has been rowdy, and one quick point on them about the business side of it. Like, here's a crossover. As part of the Bills hiring process, we learned that Pete Goalie was in there. And in Jay Skursky's piece, I believe, he says how he's asking questions to Brady and, like, what makes you the guy that runs this big franchise? A lot of responsibility as a head coach. Think about Yarmo here. Here's why. If the Sabres make the playoffs, they make how much money? Millions of dollars on ticket sales. Mm-hmm. You're going to have 2 games at home, maybe 3 games at home. And so that's a check that just goes to the franchise. And are you going to add 4,000 season ticket holders just by going to the playoffs? What if you win a round? Mm-hmm. How many season? You can add 6,000?
It should be a lot.
These numbers are just guesses. I would not have any idea like what they think they're going to get. But for Yarmo here, there is a business side of what we do with this. I don't want to call it a magical season, but what we do with this moment. You go out and get a good piece at the deadline and win 2 rounds.
Yeah,
that might make the organization $12 million in revenue from 2 playoff rounds and added season tickets because you're healthy again. You feel like you're back again. They've wanted, of course, to build that ticket base back up, and people have different habits, and the world has changed in terms of how many people can go to like 10 games, 20 games, 30 games. But the moves they make in the next month will have a big, big long-term effect on what they do.
Yeah.
803-0550.
I wonder how many fans will be, Pittsburgh fans will be in there tomorrow.
That's a good question. Andrew in Rochester. Andrew, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So our group chat is actually taking the young boys, the kids, to the game tomorrow, about 10 of us. Can't wait. Looking forward to that.
Nice.
But my thing on the Elijah Moore and Bean thing, do you think he's coming from, this is this guy I brought in right after coming on the air with you guys and going off, and I need him to produce. That's why I need him in the lineup. They've made it clear that Keon was not his pick, and he's not up in arms about Keon being in and out of the lineup, but he's upset that Elijah Moore's not. So is that where he's kind of coming from? Like, I needed him to kind of produce to show that I am doing this.
Thanks, Andrew. I don't know. Like, this is one thing that Brady will have to navigate as the next head coach, like not an offensive coordinator, but a head coach. You could make this about more. You could make this about Keon Coleman if you want to. How much do you want to make the thing work? Every player you bring in. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it really has to matter. And I'll give you a great example of this. Kyer Elam and Christian Benford, right? Mm-hmm. Kyer Elam never worked out. They didn't really try to make it work. And in part because Christian Benford was good. You have a draft class where your first-round pick misses, but your sixth hits at the same position. It's kind of a wash. Like, okay, I know that I can talk about that pick being a bust, but then you find a diamond in the rough, and this guy is really good. So if Keon Coleman flames out because they sign a guy off the street, the guy off the street puts up 1,200 yards, what's the story? Nice pickup.
Right.
Like, it's about just getting the results. So I think you could make it about politics of a player, but the reality is you bring in every player. And while you might give some guys more opportunity because they're a higher draft status, you like to think you wouldn't do that, but it happens.
Well, that's the difference with Keon and Elam, right? Elam didn't see the field a lot.
And Keon Coleman, they made a point to keep rolling out there.
He was out there.
Getting targets and getting lots of snaps, and I feel like that might return.
If they had added, this is where the multiple swings theory can be valuable, is at that position, if you had picked a guy in the 4th or the 5th round along the way, one of the last couple of seasons with Coleman there, and that player showed the chops to be a real NFL wide receiver, he might have been the guy that went in instead of Coleman, who was really pushing Coleman, especially for his role, which was the big X receiver role. Like, when they came into the year, his competition for that spot was Shavers, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. And Shavers,
Gabe
shows up eventually,
who was unhealthy or was unable to play.
So it wasn't even just that they didn't draft other players at the position. That his type of receiver, there just wasn't really a meaningful player there that could win the job from him. So what was the competition like? It got there eventually once Davis became healthy, but that was, by that time it was November.
Talking receivers like we do. In this piece with Catherine Fitzgerald also, Bean talks about Coleman and says, if a corner, I should pull up the exact quote, I don't want to get it wrong, but he basically, I don't know if he agrees with the idea, or he says he can separate left to right, but he's got to win with leverage. Like, if you can't run by a corner, how are you going to win? Mm-hmm. And I feel like that should be almost a non-starter for your ex. You can't run by a corner.
Yeah.
You can't play you can't have the job. Like, the other team knows that. How could you put him out there? How could you play him out there consistently? How could you keep going to it if they know, he's not going to run by me. He's never going to run by me.
Right.
He did run by a corner in Miami, catch a touchdown. He got by a couple. You just kind of can't count on it. Anyway, 803-0550. Joe Brady coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk with the Bills head coach. Eager to find out, how he thought of this process, this interview process, and whether or not he's going to be a shorts everyday guy as the Bills head coach. He's a shorts everyday guy, or close to it. 803-0550. Sabres pick up a point in Tampa in an overtime loss. They had a 3-2 lead late. Tampa scored, played their annoying horn, then they win it in overtime.
It is an annoying horn, isn't it?
It is.
It's loud and obnoxious.
I always feel like Boston's the worst, but Tampa...
Boston's got the worst horn in the history of sports.
Yes. Okay, good.
Oh, it's the worst. They played at Patriot games, too. Like, after touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, they played it.
It's a big, foghorn.
Yeah.
Oh, terrible.
I hate it.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Has everyone recovered from the game? I mean, it was pretty intense.
Yeah, yes. I think
you have.
I'm mostly okay, they got 3 out of 4. Hey, it's Stinky Joe DiBiase. They got 3 out of 4 in Florida. That's great for them.
It's great.
That's great in general. I don't know the last time I could say they probably would have done that, especially in games where they've played on back-to-back nights. Do teams always have to play back-to-back nights, by the way, in Florida?
No.
Okay. So one of those teams doesn't always get an advantage of a team going on a back-to-back? Fine.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm still coming down from bewilderment and anger in the moment on what Peyton Krebs was doing in overtime.
Okay.
to
That'll happen.
a place of zen of they're 7 points clear. They got a
7
point.
points clear.
They played the best team in the Eastern
I was
Conference.
going to say, could I say
on the road, playing the night before. Colton Chaos is in net. And he actually, I thought, was really good from almost the entirety of the game.
Colton Chaos, baby.
Yeah,
I think I
should feel good. I should feel good about
right.
yesterday.
If you are having trouble feeling good, allow me to lay it out like this. So you're telling me this is to a person that's going to say like, well, I really feel like they should have gotten to. So you're telling me that your team went on the road, played a back-to-back with a third-string goalie, your third goalie, and played a team that has won 18 of 20, 18 of 19.
Yeah.
And they couldn't beat you without going to the bonus area of the game. And then it took until 4.5 of the 5 minutes of the bonus time and a breakaway. And you lost your 1 point like that. And you're thinking, oh, man, really? We should have gotten 2. Like, I get it.
It's that, and it's also having the lead with 25 seconds to go.
Fine. And when it was 3-3 and they're on the power play, I would have taken a point. This power play,
I agree with that.
I would have taken a point. Lots of scoreboard watching out there, and then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey, I mean...
Well, kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday, that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team out is... depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington. Because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot because right now you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there. Like, it's more than a 7-point cushion because it's a 7-point cushion and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They've
won
couple months ago?
10 of 11. Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago.
The Sabres fell short in overtime to the Tampa Bay Lightning last night by a score of 4-3. Matthias Samuelsson scored 2 goals. Josh Doan scored the other. They remain in a playoff spot after jumping Montreal yesterday. Some injury news ahead of the Olympic break. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen will no longer participate for Team Finland due to his lower body injury. We're still awaiting more on Josh Norris, Zach Benson, and Jordan Greenway. That's your Sabres injury report brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. They're next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Penguins at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the action with Puck Drop at 7, right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the Bills hiring former Titans quarterback coach Bo Hardegree as their new quarterback coach. He will replace Ronald Curry. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, follow along at our website, WGR550.com. Coming up later today, Bills head coach Joe Brady will join Jeremy and Joe at 8 o'clock. Around the NFL, Browns head coach Todd Monken said it's to be determined if Shedeur Sanders will start for the Browns next season, and he will be calling the plays as well. The Giants hired former Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator, and the Jets announced they've completed an in-person interview with former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich for their offensive coordinator vacancy. And in the NBA, per Shams Charania, the Los Angeles Clippers trading James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. Tune in the rest of the week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw with special guest 49 Winchester at Darien Lake Amphitheater on Saturday, August 8th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday, February 6th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Deep in the Tampa zone. Hillenus gets there. Keep in here by Samuelsson. Settles the puck. Tough angle. Scores! He's done it again! Matthias Samuelsson, the magic man with the touch around the net from deft angles, has tied this game at 1 with 3:07 to go in the first period.
One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Jeremy and Joe.
Gotta start calling him Sammy Snipes.
Listen, this guy was so unlikely to score in previous seasons. We had a squares pool.
We did.
Called Sammy Squares. What game will he score in? And now he's got 11 this year.
Yes.
So, good work, Matthias Samuelsson. Sabres get a point and fall to Tampa. They come home for tomorrow, Pittsburgh. And the Penguins, before the break, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen will not play in the Olympics. That's unfortunate news for him. You feel bad for him. I had a stat of the day I didn't get to yet. I wanted to get to this. It's on the Super Bowl. So the Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Seahawks, one of the big reasons there, Seattle's had an incredible run of hitting top picks and first-round draft picks, including Jackson Smith and Jigba. Now, here's the stat of the day for you, courtesy of Next Gen Stats. JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, totaled 1,378 yards aligned as an outside receiver. Okay. That's 1,378 outside. Led the NFL in yards when lined up outside. Last season, he led with 956 from the slot. So he's the only player in the Next Gen Stats era to ever lead the NFL in both yards receiving on the outside and yards receiving in the slot.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty good.
Opened him up really with the ability to do that, or the opportunity to do that. Probably happens more because Kupp is there, right? Because you bring in Cooper Kupp, and isn't he at this point only really capable of playing in the slot?
And JSN can go anywhere.
So, hey, JSN, you got to go to the outside, and he's just able to do it all.
Your top 5 receivers on the outside, just on the outside, JSN, Pickens, Chase, Puka, Jameson, Williams. Those are your top 5.
Okay. That is the thing that I think JSN had this reputation. It might have been based in fact, though, that he was the leading slot receiver in the league the previous season. And he's a little bit shorter, right? I think St. Brown gets this a lot, too. They get viewed as slot players because they are very successful there, and their size isn't all that big. They're also not like burners, right? Like they're not like they're fast, but they're not 4-2 guys. That, I think, is something that people think Shakir can do. that we've not really seen evidence of. Not on their level. Like I don't think he'll ever do it near their level. But guys in the slot, he's successful there, little bit smaller. Oh, he can go on the outside and be successful too. Like that idea has been tossed around, I think, almost his entire career, and we've never really seen much evidence of it. And I'm at a point now in his career where I'm thinking if we haven't seen it by now, probably not going to happen. That's what, to me, makes him a bit like St. Brown especially. I'm not sure how many JSN comparisons he's ever gotten. But players of that size that go out there like that, I mean, you got to have some vertical ability and you got to be like an elite route runner.
And that JSN is definitely
He's 100% that.
803-0550.
He didn't do it in college much either because he was playing with who? Wilson and Olave, right?
Yeah.
So even in college, he wasn't playing on the outside all the time.
Diana Rossini suggests a trade price for A.J. Brown is a second-round pick, if you want that.
Okay.
Dennis in Lockport. Dennis, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. Hey, on the receiver thing, about a year ago, I remember listening to you guys, and you guys were talking about how the Bills drafted receivers and how we say it, the lack thereof. They always seem to avoid it. That's why we ran into the problems we did when we got Coleman. I believe it was that during that period of time. And I just kind of wondered if maybe that's our coaching and our staff that was there just didn't understand the talent or how to find the talent, because I believe McConkey was on the board at that time. Worthy was on the board. McConkey was the Bills were high on, but they went with Coleman. And I think Higgins, who went to Houston, was another one who hit. And it just kind of tells me maybe that's a position. They really don't understand what they're looking at. And that's why we keep running into the same thing we have. And we've got guys like Curtis Samuel and all that who are non-producers. We're paying them. But we don't play Shavers enough, who, when he does play, lately he has been at least improving and showing some promise. And I want to get your guys' view on that. And the other question I have for you guys, why did the Bills cut you guys out of this coming broadcast season? I mean, you guys are kind of the tradition to listening to the game. I mean, there's a lot of us. I'll turn the TV off just to listen to you guys and get the play-by-play because it always was better. So I'll leave it at that and let you guys respond.
Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, the news yesterday, there's a tweet, press release. Cut out might not be the right phrase. They took their rights kind of in-house to BuffaloBills.com and the app, and there's probably still a lot to learn. It's just kind of the ending of a partnership to air the games. A lot of people have asked, like, what will be different? And I've worked here so long that I worked here. Howard and I started, and we didn't have the Bills games. They were on
for years, right?
Yeah, they're on another radio station. I didn't even know how long the relationship was for the Bills game. I saw the release at 14 years, and I've been sitting in this seat for 20, and then in the evenings before that. So we had the Sabres for a while. We also didn't have the Sabres for a while. Like I worked with Brad at night, and we didn't have the Sabres. So the games won't be. They still might be. There's a lot still to figure out.
Yeah.
It's kind of new media landscape stuff, and listen. I don't know everything about the new media landscape. I got podcasts going to Netflix.
Yeah,
so
right.
there's a lot still to figure out for a lot of people. I would say this show, you will not notice much of a difference at all, really.
Almost negligible.
Almost no
nothing.
difference.
Yeah.
So there's still be pre and post game. I remember doing pre and post game shows or pre-game shows because I never did post game on for Bills games.
Yep.
With Howard under a tent at the Big Tree or at a bar, whatever the name of the bar is now, on the corner over there and on the corner. So we've done it before. We'll continue doing all this. So to you out there, you'll just I don't think it'll be that different. You, Dennis, it will. If you're talking about turning the game down, they'll have it at BuffaloBills.com. And again, it still might be someplace on a radio station. There's still stuff to be determined and figured out. So yeah, but we're still here. And yeah. So thanks for the phone call.
And on his receiver question, the only thing that comes to mind when their ability to actually even evaluate the position would just be the speed part of it.
It'd be the type of receiver they want.
The type of receiver and the mentality that you can mock a little bit because there's a lot of clips that come up of it, like when they're doing Hard Knocks or when they're doing whatever. The mentality of this player ran slower, So that's an opportunity for us to get that player. And the play speed comments that have been made, and you know, speed's great, but you got to be a football player first. Some teams just draft elite speed, and they try to morph it into a great football player. And I think this team has proven over the years they don't really want to take that shot.
They sure flirt with it.
But they never pull the trigger.
All their pre-draft meetings the last couple of years have been with the burners. And I also really wonder what they would have done about Isaiah Bond if he was
Didn't
drafted.
get into legal trouble?
Right. He got into legal trouble and didn't get drafted. They met with him like 6 times.
But to this point, they don't draft those guys.
No, that's
Maybe
right.
that'll change.
And they've leaned more into the big body receivers for a little while here, and maybe that changes under Joe Brady. 803-0550. We'll get a break in. There's more than receiver. We know. Sometimes we talk about it because it's relevant. Trust me, I got a couple of linebackers I'm ready for.
I think there's a safety I'm starting to fall for.
All right.
Yeah.
We will, of course, be talking about overhauling a defense, adding 5-6 pieces to this defense, the interior of the line. It's going to be an interesting offseason, no doubt. But, I mean, the crown jewel of the offseason, what will it be? Will it be Max Crosby? Will it be Myles Garrett? And, it's a tradable contract. Will it be A.J. Brown or some receiver idea? So we will not neglect the other positions. You don't have to pick. It doesn't have to be. You're not getting one player this offseason. Getting a lot. Bills head coach Joe Brady joins us. Coming up top of the hour, we'll talk to him about his new gig and the path forward coming up here on WGR.
Palmer and Samuel were signed at the beginning of free agency.
Right, and they were signed to decent money that you wanted them to contribute, and they didn't turn into what you needed them to turn into.
Right, and maybe those would be the two that you would attribute to injuries because their numbers went way down when they got here. Because to me, for those two especially, you make a good point about being after the draft and nobody really wanting him. Maybe then someone wanted him for like $3 million because they gave him $5 million, right, instead of vet minimum.
$5 million, but like $2.5 guaranteed. And Bean even said on One Bills Live when announcing the Elijah Moore thing that they told them to wait until after the draft. We'll see what happens.
Right.
So they were open to something of the draft that didn't fall that way, and they go back to Elijah Moore. And I just don't know what you really should reasonably be expecting from any player you sign at that time.
But with the other two, like you signed those guys and they were decent players before. I do not think they're great players at all. I do think they were overpaid, and the idea of paying guys of that caliber in free agency, I don't think is the smartest move. But give me the 600 yards that you had before.
Right.
Palmer or Samuel. And if you want to throw that out to injury, then throw it out to injury. They didn't come close to that here. Allen should be getting more out of these guys. That was the reputation, is you come here. John Brown and Cole Beasley, how much different were they when they signed? The caliber of player. They were fine players in the league.
And they
were not great.
They popped off.
And then they came here and got way better. And
they also stayed healthy.
Two,
well, John Brown had some injuries, but they stayed healthy.
But those two went down even when they were in the lineup. Palmer, same thing. Like, when did he get hurt?
Atlanta.
And he had the one big catch at the beginning of the Atlanta game.
Before that, it's like 2 catches a game.
Right. Like, it's one catch. He had a big game against Baltimore, right? Because right at the end.
Everybody did at the end, yep.
Jets game, he had 2 catches. Miami game, he had 1 catch. New Orleans, he had 2 catches. New England, he had 2 catches. Those are your games before Atlanta. He wasn't on track to do a lot.
Right. Without that one catch against Atlanta down the field, we really would think that Josh Palmer did nothing. And that catch kind of led everyone to think, oh, he was just about to have some big role in the offense, and that might be true.
So, I think it could be both. I think it is both. I think it is that they have approached the position in a way that I don't love, in that you're giving out that level of contract to the middle of the road, average mid-level receivers. And
third
also,
receivers on other teams.
And also, you should be getting more out of them than you got.
Lots of scoreboard watching out there, and then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey, I mean,
well, kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team out is depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington, because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot because right now you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there, like, it's more than a 7-point cushion because it's a 7-point cushion, and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They
won
couple months ago?
10 of 11? Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago.
Who are you rooting for, and how do you see this game playing out?
Listen, I got great respect for both teams. You know, I've been fortunate to know Coach Vrabel for a little bit. I have a lot of respect for him. Drake May, obviously, I've got a good relationship with him. But Sam Darnold, that's my boy. Like, we go back to draft. Even before the draft, we've hung out before the draft when we were in college. We met at some touchdown. I think it was the Touchdown Club of Columbus going into his sophomore year, my junior year. And like I said, we lived pretty close together. We spent a lot of time in the offseason together playing golf and hanging out. So I'm rooting for my man there.
You know, that's why he's the best. Josh Allen. He picked a side. Tom Brady. I don't care. I don't have a dog in the fight. I just want to see good plays. Josh Allen. I'm rooting for my friend. Good for him. Sam Darnold.
I liked him as a backup quarterback idea here once.
Darnold?
Because they were friends. He's outgrown that by a lot.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. Is
it getting enough talk how incredible it is that he's here? Or is it not as incredible?
Well,
I guess here's
what I would say. What's more incredible?
Flame out bust back up in the league.
We are seeing now, though, more of he's not the bust. The Jets are the bust.
Has that guy?
He went 3rd overall, and everybody would have taken him like he would have been a top 10 pick. It's crazier.
How many guys is that really, though?
It's crazier to see Brock Purdy become what he is than to see Darnold take a minute to get where he is. Darnold is universally thought of as top-tier talent. This guy should be great. And when a guy like that fails at the top, I feel like that's a testament often to, well, the things around him didn't work. Whereas Purdy, the league looked at him and said, like, don't see it. And he gets into a system where they elevate him to a point. I feel like Purdy is still more underdog story. This is a point about Allen, too. Like, Allen's a 0-star prospect. That's right. He emailed coaches and he sent videos. That's right. And his glow-up did come in college. As much as we think of him as some underdog, nobody believed in him, he was picked 7th. You know, other teams, John Elway thought about taking him 5th and didn't. So guys that go at the top that it doesn't work out, sure. It's not a guarantee that everybody will, but I do feel like we should be less shocked that he's good and instead more shocked that a team couldn't make it work with Adam Gase.
Especially because it's the Jets.
The Jets.
And then it was also Carolina with Matt Rule, who was like equally as dumpster fiery.
Right. Darnold went to Kyle Shanahan and the Niners for a year and never played.
He played one game.
Okay. If he played a full season, we probably would have seen it there too, right? Like, oh, this guy can do the job. He can play.
But even like, I would say the comeback story to this degree, that hasn't happened. Right? Like the guys that. Maybe it would have happened with like Daniel Jones, right? Although Jones was in New York way longer than Darnold was. To win 28 games in 2 regular seasons, which I think is the most ever.
His defense is really good.
His defense is great. Well, Minnesota was
both
great too.
Both defenses were very good too.
But whatever, he was great throughout that too.
He had a great defense and one great receiver, and that's just all you need.
Like more often, what does the top 5 pick flame out do on his next stop? It's Trubisky. You go be a backup for a year, you get another shot, and it's still
not that good. Yeah.
It's not that good. When Carson Wentz flames out at the end in Philly, and he goes to it's not really happening. Mariota goes to a second team. Nah, not really. Like there are, even though it does happen, and Darnold is probably the number one example. There are not that many examples of that guy. Even Geno Smith, who was not a top 5 pick, he was a second round pick.
Yeah.
That's the Jets comparison. He was good. But he wasn't this good.
No,
he was on the same team.
He was
last year, and they didn't do this.
803-0550. We'll get a break in. We're going to talk to Bills head coach Joe Brady coming up on the other side. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Lots of scoreboard watching out there, and then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey, I mean...
Well, kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday, that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team
Sneaky Jody Bias here this Sunday?
Depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington. Because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot. Because right now, you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there. Like, it's more than a 7-point cushion, because it's a 7-point cushion, and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They
won
a couple months ago?
10 of 11? Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago.
Has everyone recovered from the game? I mean, it was pretty intense.
Yeah, yes. I think
you have.
I'm mostly okay, they got 3 out of 4.
Okay.
They got 3 out of 4 in Florida. That's great for them.
It's great.
That's great in general. I don't know the last time I could say they probably would have done that, especially in games where they've played on back-to-back nights. Do teams always have to play back-to-back nights, by the way, in Florida?
No.
Okay. So one of those teams doesn't always get an advantage of a team going on a back-to-back? Fine.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I am, I'm still coming down from bewilderment and anger in the moment on what Peyton Krebs was doing in overtime.
Okay.
That'll
happen.
A place of zen of they're 7 points clear. They got a
7
point.
points clear.
They played the best team in the Eastern Conference.
I was going to say, could I say
on the road, playing the night before. Colton Chaos is in net. And he actually, I thought, was really good from almost the entirety of the game.
Colton Chaos, baby.
Yeah,
I think I
should feel good. I should feel good about yesterday.
If you are having trouble feeling good, allow me to lay it out like this. So you're telling me this is to a person that's going to say like, well, I really feel like they should have gotten to. So you're telling me that your team went on the road, played a back-to-back with a third-string goalie, your third goalie, and played a team that has won 18 of 20, 18 of 19?
Yeah.
And they couldn't beat you without going to the bonus area of the game, and then it took until 4.5 of the 5 minutes of the bonus time and a breakaway. And you lost your 1 point like that, and you're thinking, oh, man, really, we should have gotten 2. Like, I get it.
It's that, and it's also having the lead with 25 seconds to go.
Fine. And when it was 3-3, and they're on the power play, I would have taken a point. This power play,
I agree with that.
I would have taken a point.
I didn't take this job to shy away from expectations. I'm embracing it, I'm understanding it, and I'm meeting it full on. I know what I signed up for, and we're going to embrace it because no one rises to low expectations. I want what this city wants.
From Joe Brady's introductory press conference, we're going to talk to the Bills head coach coming up here right now. Jeremy and Joe, and joining us on the Western Hotline, another Joe, Bills head coach Joe Brady. Joe, thanks for joining us. It's Jeremy and Joe. We do this a lot. There's a lot of Joes on the show. You're the latest. We're happy. We're thrilled to have you. Thanks for joining us.
No, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me on this morning.
I've been told that you are committed to shorts quite a bit, regardless of temperature. And the first question we ask is, are you a shorts everyday guy?
Every day. I'm not only a shorts everyday guy. I wear the same combination of. I have a bunch of the exact same shirt and shorts, right? So throw on a black shirt, throw on black shorts, and keep it moving every day. Don't spend a lot of time.
It's like a Superman closet. You open up the closet and everything looks the same.
Yeah, it's something like that. I probably have I have too many clothes than I probably need, but just wash, rinse, repeat.
Have you thought about that on the sidelines? We were looking earlier. I don't know that I've ever seen a head coach wear shorts. You could become the first.
You have to ask.
Yeah, no, it hasn't crossed my mind, but no, I'll keep with tradition from that standpoint. I don't need to stir up anything from there.
So if you're wearing the same,
it's a little cold here.
Yeah, right.
True.
If you're wearing the same thing every day, when you had the interviews and you have to go to a suit, did you have? For me, Joe, I'm like, all right, I got to put one on. I hope this thing fits. It's been a little while since I wore it. Did you have one at the ready, or did you get one just specifically for the interviews?
Oh no, it's tough, right? Because we haven't worn. You don't wear a lot of suits in season, right? So I had to do a lot of standing interviews. Get a little concerned with the fit, how they fit a little better in the summer. But and hopefully I'm not having to put on a suit for a while.
Yeah, relatable. It fits better in the summer. I get that.
Yep.
Bills head coach Joe Brady joining us on the Wester Hotline. Joe, I wanted to ask you to take us inside some of the interview process, not just with the Bills, but like as you go through the interview process with these teams. How much is you telling them, answering their questions, and how much is you also selling your ideas, like what you want to do? You want this job, but you also want to know that they respect what you envision as how you'll execute it.
Yeah, I think that's what's unique is every one of them is different. Some of them just feel like they're in an interview process where it's just, here's an answer, you answer, and then they just go to here's a question, you answer, and they just move on to the next one. And other ones are way more of just conversation and being able to flow and kind of, okay, you said this, but now let's talk through that a little bit more. And so there's so many different avenues that they kind of go. But the biggest thing that you always want to get across is, hey, as the head football coach, this is my vision. This is the things that I value. This is the direction that I want to go, because you want to make sure, and then this is who I am, because you want to make sure, look, as you guys can tell, right, I'm not the best public speaker. I'm not a car salesman. Like I say what's on my mind. I'm gonna kind of just roll from there. So I want them to understand, like, the guy that you're getting this is the guy that you're interviewing. This is me. And if it doesn't work for you guys, it doesn't work for you. But I thought that was always important to me. And, so that's always the priority, as opposed to telling them what they want to hear.
Was it more comfortable doing that with the Bills because you knew the people? Maybe it was the other way because you wanted the job more, because you would have done interviews each of the last 2 years, including this year, with other teams.
Yeah, honestly, it was actually a little tougher, just because you do know the guy. I mean, look, the guy I've coached for 4 years is in that room, but and I know we've kind of talked about it, but like the reality of it is, I knew it was real when they wanted to start from the jump. Like some of the interviews, they go back to, all right, let's tell us you're back at Pembroke Pines, Florida, and start from there. And I was concerned, I didn't know going into it how they were going to handle it. If they were going to be like, hey, we know you, let's just get to this element. Well, it was important for them to view me as like not just the offense coordinator of the Bills, but view me as maybe an offense coordinator from another team, so that then they can then view me as the potential candidate as the head coach of the Bills. And so the way that they handled it, it was important for both of us to kind of go into it and say, hey, let's act as if we don't know, and look, Laura Pagula, Mr. Pagula, like there's people in there that I'm not dealing with and having a lot of conversations on a day-to-day basis, right, as the offensive coordinator. So that was important for me.
I wonder if you have a thought on why the league has become more of a young coach's league. Like, you're a young coach, and that's not even all that new. A number of the candidates were young. Sean McVay got a job really young. We kind of see it more and more. And, Joe, I feel like 10, 15, 20 years ago, you weren't going to be a head coach unless you were, 45 or 50 years old. Do you have any thought on maybe why the league has kind of moved in this direction, whether it's innovation, offensive innovation, whatever it might be? But it's very much a young coach's league these days.
Yeah, it's look, I go back to, I remember after my first year in Carolina, I had like 6 interviews, and I remember I'm looking back now and I'm like, was I ready to actually do that? Was to be able to, I'm in such a better headspace now. Well, I think it's not necessarily about youth. I think some of it is just the ability to adapt and find compatibility and be able to I think it gets overstated when people say, hey, relate to players. Like, that doesn't mean you're their best friends, but it's just understanding there's a different generation, just like the college environment with the NIL. Like, there's so many different things that come into play. But I do think it's hey, the trends of the leagues change. We got to make sure that we evolve. And I think sometimes some of the younger coaches, we don't know any better besides, hey, let's make sure that we're trying to stay ahead of the curve or trying to continue to grow, as opposed to, hey, this is just how we've done it for a long time.
Joe Brady with us. Joe, at the press conference, you said some things about Sean McDermott that I think were very appreciated by Bills fans. I feel like a lot of the questions you're getting are about what's going to be different, what's evolving. Is there something that comes to mind for you that you would say you learned under Sean McDermott that you take away from him on what makes a good head coach?
Yeah, look, you don't get to do what Coach McDermott did for as long as he did without being a great leader. You think about all the different things that have happened during his time and how, look, I said it in the press conference. I know I'm walking into this building every day and it's in a way better position than it was when he walked into it. And the way that he was able to help put together the foundation and establish the culture and get it to where we're in the playoffs every year. Like, you don't do that by just rolling out of bed. Like, he's an incredible leader, and having an opportunity to be in coordinator meetings, learn from him. Like, I've grown so much as a coach since I've been here in Buffalo, and Coach McDermott was a large part of that.
Joe Brady joining us. I hope you understand, like, questions we ask, we're not asking when Joe says, like, what's different. I feel like every time you answer a question, people might think of, like, oh, he's doing this different from Sean. And, of course, you're your own coach here. And one of the things I want to ask you about is game management stuff. I read in Jay Skursky's piece in the Buffalo News about 30 minutes and 15 game situations. They're trying to figure out if you're leaning analytical or leaning on the gut side of it, like when it comes to fourth downs and all that. And will you have the same staff in place? Will you have a game management staff? How do you envision that moving forward when it comes to the big decisions in the big moment? Because you're going to be a head coach, which means you're busy. You're calling plays, and a head coach that's calling plays is also busy. So how will that look going forward, do you think?
Yeah, well, look, I think you go back to the interview process, and I thought the intentionality that they had of, like, when you're doing the game management in the process. Like, it wasn't like, hey, let's start the interview and now let's do game management. They did it at the very end while you're sitting there talking and your brain's all like, whew, I'm just let's go game management. Let's see how you are in a fourth quarter when, there's a lot going on and let's see how, and so I really enjoyed their intentionality with it. And, but look, I think we do have a great staff here. I know it's a cliche answer, but like right now it's evaluating all of our systems. It's from across the building. Look, I was in an offense, and it's no different. Like from an offensive perspective, we're evaluating to see, hey, what are some avenues that we feel like can benefit us moving forward. But the game management piece is critical, as we know. So many games come down to that, and I'm not going to be perfect. I understand that, but I want to make sure that I'm surrounding myself with people that I can lean on as well. But knowing that, hey, when the time comes, I have to be ready for a lot of these situations. I have to be able to handle it in a quick manner. And I do think calling the plays and always thinking situationally from a play caller should help that.
Do you feel like being going for this upcoming fourth down, if there is one, that will rest with you? Does that mean you're also the one that has the play call on 3rd and 10, so you'll maybe know on 3rd down what you're going to do on 4th, and will that allow some sort of natural cohesiveness of your own call with the call, whether or not you're going to go for it?
Oh, absolutely. It's and the other elements to it is not only do I know if I'm going to be going for it, but I'm being around and game planning, understanding the defense that I'm going to. I also know what I'm getting. I think sometimes that's when you sit there and you watch games and it's like, hey, what should they do? Should they go for it? And, I don't know if there's ever been from an analytical standpoint, when you watch on TV, like a situation where it thinks you shouldn't go for it, right? But it's, okay, hey, should we get in the situation, it's a 4th or 2 or less, you shouldn't just blindly say, oh, yeah, we're going for it. It's like, all right, in these situations, how's the game being played, where we're at, what is do I like kind of what I have in this menu, and then what are we getting defensively? I think a lot of times when you just go into it in the game, you have an idea of, hey, these are going to be our benchmarks. These are going to be areas on the field that we want to go for it. But it can't be just, hey, every single game it looks the exact same, because like I always say, there's a way to win the football game. And I think that's important that in the game management meetings leading up to the game, we communicate the different variables, because there's time and place where, man, points, look at the playoffs, man. And there's times in the playoffs where you take the points and how important those are, especially early in the game. So there's so many factors at play. But as long as I surround myself with those type of people, that we have those discussions in the week, I think it'll make life a lot easier during games.
Yeah, that's 4th down too. That having the numbers on that, especially, sometimes they're unique. Like I don't know what you thought of the the kneel versus go for the touchdown against Jacksonville conversation. We had a lot of that after that week. And like that might be a situation that never comes up again. So I feel like with the clock, maybe there's always not, numbers right off the bat on that, because it could be a situation that's never happened before.
Yeah, no, and one thing that we try to pride ourselves on is, like in the QB room, right, on Saturdays, we have, one of our coaches does an incredible job watching throughout the entire league. And so we try to put ourselves in the positions that we didn't actually get to be in. So it's like, okay, here we are. I'm the play caller. Now this year I get to put myself as the head football coach. And then here's the quarterback. Hey, this is okay in this situation. Well, this happened last week in the Detroit Jets game. All right, what would we do here? Oh, I'd be getting to this play. Josh, what, you see it the same way? Yep, see it the same way. Cool. So if that comes up, this is what we're going to do. Ooh, I'd call a timeout here, and just working through a lot of those scenarios, because to your point, sometimes those things don't show up in your game, but a lot of them do show up across the NFL. And as long as you can put yourself in a lot of these real situations and at least talk through them, it'll allow you to kind of have a better feel of when those show up.
Sometimes, again, like Joe, we deal with like talking these numbers and understanding you guys have your own game day crew that's going to plan for these matchups. Then there's the zoom out on the season. Do you envision being as run heavy as you've been the last couple of years? It's been an identity. It's been something this team does very, very well. But like pass frequency over expected, this team has been more run heavy than the average team. And there are plenty of people to think like with Josh Allen, is that the best plan for the course of a full season? So the short version of the question is, do you envision being the same degree of run heavy? Full transparency, it's a little too early to say that. This is part of what we do in the off season. Like our offense looked different this past year than it did the year before, and there's going to be new pieces on our offense. Our defense is going to be different. The thing that we always just concern ourselves is like, what's it going to take to win that football game? And I know that that's such a cliche answer, but there's some games where, man, if we're able to run the football and we don't have to, teams are allowing us to run it, right? They're always going to be fearful of Josh Allen, right? We get a lot of split safety defense. We don't get a lot of man coverage. We get a lot of situations and boxes that are conducive to running the football, because at the end of the day, no matter what, they're still always fearful of Josh Allen. And so I think it's so important for us to have a two-dimensional element. But we have shown that, hey, there's games where, you think to the Jacksonville game, you think of Tampa game, you think of coming back in Baltimore. We have to have an offense that's built to be able to win in different styles in different ways. Can we win if all we can do is throw it? Can we win if we're playing in the AFC Championship and the weather looks like it looked last week and it's going to be tough to throw the ball? Can we win being able to run it? And we have to have both offense and defense styles to be able to win that game. To give you an answer of like what is it going to look like, I'll have a better feel for that as we continue to evolve, as from a system, as we continue to kind of get new players in here. That will help tell you kind of direction that we're going to kind of go. Sure. To that point, I saw in Tyler Dunn's piece, his conversation with Brandon Beane, one thing he mentioned was that you had expressed something about the vertical passing game in the course of the interview process. So as you're building this thing out, is that something you think this team will need to find more answers in?
Yeah, I think anytime we've done, look, we lead the NFL throwing the balls in between the numbers, right? And so and we do it at such a high and efficiency rate, and then so it's like, hey, just like I come out of every season saying, all right, well, if there's things that we're not doing at a high rate or having a success rate of it, I have to do a better job of that. And so that's not me always saying it's just players, right? Like it's always going to start with myself. But I think it's also making sure our decision making with it. It's sometimes it's kind of like going for on a fourth down. It's like, hey, you want a deep pass. Like we had two deep passes against Denver. They got intercepted. That if those weren't intercepted and we had a different result to the play, we'd be saying, hey, good job, but we need to throw it deeper, right? So it's always a fine line. I think adding that element to our offense will help if we have the pieces that in Josh's based upon what the defense is giving. And that's the element of us being able to run the football, you hope will allow some of those vertical threats down the field to be able to open up. But if it's not there, Josh not saying, well, I have to throw the ball deep. It's, all right, cool. They want to stay deep with it. All right, cool. I'll throw it underneath, and we'll do what we do a good job of and getting a lot of rack.
One thing your offense has been able to do pretty well for Josh Allen this passing game is limit turnovers. 2 seasons ago, that was incredible. But this past season, we saw a big uptick in sacks, which, turnovers are negative plays, and sacks can be negative plays and drive killers as well. What is the best explanation for why Allen was under so much more pressure this year and the sack number spiked as much as it did?
Yeah, I think, there's not a there's a lot of different factors that go into it as we've watched, as we've kind of gone through and broken them all down. And like you said, I know it's not the answer. It's always going to start with me. Like all 40 of them are on me. Some of that is, hey, making sure that we're all on the same page protection-wise. Some of that is, hey, Josh, there's going to be plays where, hey, it's not a great. Right now we're in not a great position. Hey, as opposed to running around, hey, throw the ball away. We're taking some. I think back to the Cleveland one, that he wants back. And so making sure that we're going through all of like, hey, not just grouping them as, hey, a sack is a sack, but like how are the sacks happening? Are they happening on 3rd and long situations? What's our protections looking like? Is it one-on-one situations? Is it certain people? We've kind of looked at all of them, and trying to kind of put together a conclusion of exactly the whys. And there's a couple different things that we have to clean up. I don't mean this in a negative way. Some of the stuff I don't want to throw out there because that's some of the stuff that we have to be really intentional about going into the off season. Josh getting hit is always at the forefront of what how can I protect Josh? How can I keep him clean? And if the sacks are happening, it's because of me, and then we'll clean up some of the detail and some of the technique so that it's not happening.
Joe, how do you see the value? Mike McDaniel had a comment about Justin Herbert recently where he referred to plays that all 3 quarterbacks can run as something that can help support him. And I thought about the screens that this offense has run in the run game too. Maybe that might be similar. How do you see that? Plays that, like the screen specifically, and how that can, in your mind, help Josh Allen, or any of those plays where really he's not being asked to do, superhero things?
Yeah, I think that's a critical element to our offense is call it breather plays. But there's a time and a place for all of them. Like if I'm calling a screen and it's there's sometimes where we have 2 plays in and it's a heavy pressure look and Josh spits a screen out and it's a 3rd and 9 situation. Well, doing it with the mindset that we're going to have 2 downs, right? I'm going for it on 4th down, right? And so there's a lot of different things that come with, hey, the why of with some of these. Sometimes it's, hey, you know what? I want to get Khalil Shakir or some of these guys a touch early, and just them getting the ball in their hands, good things usually happen. And if it doesn't, they feel like they got to catch. Making the defenses defend every blade of grass, like all of that is important. As you know, right? Screens, they are hit or miss, but what they do helping all the other things when a team is sitting there and saying, hey, do we want to get this all-up blitz look? Oh, all right, well, do we feel comfortable doing that if they've shown that they have the ability to do that? And sometimes we do it just to see what their blitz plan is. And knowing that I'm not trying to waste any plays. We're doing it because we think it can work. We have athletic offensive linemen that get the ball out. We have to continue to grow our screen game, getting under center, being able to get some play action screens, off of the run game. So we have to continue to grow that. But breather plays is important for Josh, and that's what the run game has helped do, where he's not having to sit back and drop back and throw the ball 40 times a game and having to be hero's the wrong word, but that's tough on Josh, and that's really tough on the offensive line.
Last one from me, Joe. The 3 playoff losses in the last 3 years, the offense has had chances to win the game in the 4th quarter and hasn't been able to close the deal or win the game. What do you believe that the offense's responsibility is in hitting the proverbial playoff wall, as the owner has put it? And how do you see that going forward? How much do you think about that going forward, is not just the season, but what to do at the ends of these playoff games if they are very tight?
I mean, look, it's what keeps me up. Like I didn't sleep like that. It's my job as as the offensive coordinator, and my job as the head coach is making sure when we get in these opportunities, we are cashing in and we are taking advantage of them. Like, we want the ball in our hands with the game on the line, and we haven't gotten it done, right? And that is always going to start with me and making sure that I'm putting them in positions to have success, and that we're practicing these scenarios so that when these come up, because it's what we want. And I believe that, just like in Jacksonville, right, we had the ball go down, take advantage and get the score. We've shown that we have the ability to do it, but in these other moments, I got to make sure that I'm putting them in better position to have success, and that when our best is required, we're at our best. And so making sure that in practices and I'm trying to, simulate as much of these. But the reality of it is, we know that you can practice it so much. It's a different element once you get into those games, and giving them what they know and trusting that they're going to get it done. And but it's always going to start with being the most critical on myself in those moments.
Bills head coach Joe Brady, we didn't do anything on the defense. We're guilty of that sometimes. Quickly, if you could, take us through Jim Leonhard, landing on Jim Leonhard as the defensive coordinator, and what you expect him to bring to this team.
Yeah, I think I'm looking for. I mean, you guys obviously know of Jim, the player. You don't play 10 years. You don't play as long as he played as an undrafted guy without having some stuff to you, right? And man, when you talk to him, I've said this on multiple platforms I talk to. I felt like when as the head football coach, I'm going through it and I'm writing down the things that are important to me, the style that our defense is playing, the versatility that we're playing, the ability to change different structures. And I believe defenses are trying to break offenses' rules, and that versatility and some of these positionless players and moving guys around. I felt like when I wrote all those things down, it was almost like somebody gave him the piece of paper, and as I was interviewing him, he knew kind of, because man, I kept going through and I was like, man, he's saying what the vision that I have. And I've always had an appreciation for, even going back to his Wisconsin days, how he's run defenses. Then, obviously going against Denver right before, seeing how his DBs communicated and how they played. I wish they obviously didn't have some of the, the ball production that he did in that game. But man, he has such a clear vision, great communicator, great teacher, and he's exactly what we wanted and what we needed here. Does the kind of defense you get change the way you call an offensive game? Like you kind of alluded to that, game planning, that kind of thing. Like when you go into a week, how to beat a team. Does the caliber of your defense and the way that your defense plays change the way you game plan your offense? It changes the way that you call the game. You game plan with a mindset of understanding, hey, you game plan in a way of figuring out the ways to attack defenses, and then it's your job. And then my job as the head coach is putting it all together of figuring out what's the way to win this game. But you can't, they're not all separate entities, right? It's understanding, hey, let's think of how our defense is in this game. Do we have to control the ball more? What is this going to look like? And that's part of the communication element. But yeah, the game is it's. I wish I could tell you it's so just black and white of like, hey, all your job is to score points and nothing else matters. Yes, that's my job. That was, as the play caller, job is to score points. But there's so much more that comes with that, and understanding, hey, there's times where we need to keep people off the field. There's times that we need to control, and it's a field position game. There's times where it doesn't freaking matter. We just got to roll, and so it's part of that game management as you kind of go. But I said it in the press conference, like I want us to have the mentality and making sure that our mentality is where it needs to be, that no matter what we're doing, they got to play us. Yeah. Right. And so we'll figure that out. But that's the biggest thing that I want to make sure that the guys know moving forward, that it's not the other way around. And last thing for me, we're so grateful to have so much time with you. So thank you here. Nick Saban has a quote where a couple of years ago, he basically said, like, I might not like it. It's unbelievable how much the game has changed, but it's hard to coach defense. And he basically said, managing the game offensively is too hard. I'm just trying to score when I can. And understanding you can't always live there. Is that ideally where you want to be on offense? Is think like, my defense is good. I don't have to manage anything. I need to just go rip up and down the field and score as much as I can. Because, Nick Saban, Alabama had a long time of being dominant defensively. And then they kind of switched and became this offensive juggernaut. And it came with a mindset switch for Saban himself. Yeah, I think the college game and the NFL game is a little different, just from my experience at LSU with, the amount of plays that you also get in the amount of times the clock stopped. I know it's changed a little bit, but the tempo and the amount of plays does impact things. The parity in the NFL, I think, takes, with the salary cap and which makes it really hard to construct some of the rosters. I think it makes it a little tough to just say, hey, it's black and white. But at the end of the day, when you're calling plays, you're trying to score touchdowns. And when you got Josh Allen, there's not a drive that we come off the field and we don't have points and we don't come away with a touchdown, then I'm not pissed off, right? And so, I think I hope that we get to the point where it doesn't matter. And I know that we have a dominant defense and they're getting the stops and we're rolling on offense. But as long as we got the same mindset, that's the most important thing to me.
Very good. Did you watch the Sabres-Panthers game?
I was just going to ask, Monday night, who are you rooting for?
Sabres-Panthers? What side were you on?
You guys, look, I'm all Buffalo. I'm all Buffalo. You guys. So there's you guys.
Joe was here. He was wanting to give you a pass. You grew up a Panthers fan. That's allowed.
I don't know how many would be willing to give you a pass, though. But I said I think it's totally understandable if he stuck with his team. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I know. It's. You guys. I remember when I got you guys at camp, right? You guys were like, "Look, man, the floor." I know how it is, but. Look, man, you guys know what the city of Buffalo kind of means to me, right? So if I can't dip my toe in it, right? So I'm all in and rolling with Lindy and keeping it moving. I've been able to go to one game and we lost, so probably not going to see me any more games, right? They're much better without me, but we'll keep our 1-0 for the Buffalo Bills right now.
Very good. Are the 1-0 tweets going to return?
Yep, it's now just maybe. Hopefully I get to download whatever it's Twitter X. I get to download it a lot more than I got to download it last year and throw the 1-0 and then keep it moving.
Very good. Thanks for the time, Joe, and best of luck this season. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Joe Brady, Bills head coach Joe Brady on the Wester Hotline. Thank you to Joe and thank you to the Bills for so much time. We just kept going, keep going.
It was good. So
yeah. Tomorrow around this time we'll talk with Bills GM Brandon Beane. So make a note of that. We'll talk to him tomorrow about some of these same questions, issues, more about what they're going to do with Jim Leonard on the defense and the receiver conversation. Had to bring that up because in the course of the interview, that's one of the things that is reported to have come passing game, and I think he laid out that he thinks it will help them get better. 8030550 Sabres get a point. You have a thought on what you just heard, you can join us as well. Wide open phone lines for you. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront. Bills head coach Joe Brady joining us on the Wester Hotline. Joe, I wanted to ask you to take us inside some of the interview process, not just with the Bills, but as you go through the interview process with these teams, how much is you telling them, answering their questions, and how much is you also selling your ideas, like what you want to do? You want this job, but you also want to know that they respect what you envision as how you'll execute it.
Yeah, I think that's what's unique is every one of them is different. Some of them some of them just feel like they're in an interview process where it's just, here's an answer, you answer, and then they just go to here's a question, you answer, and they just move on to the next one. And other ones are way more of just conversation and being able to flow and kind of, okay, you said this, but now let's talk through that a little bit more. And so there's so many different avenues that they kind of go, but. The biggest thing that you always want to get across is, hey, as the head football coach, this is my vision. This is the things that I value. This is the direction that I want to go, because you want to make sure, and then this is who I am, because you want to make sure, look, as you guys can tell, right, I'm not the best public speaker. I'm not a car salesman. I say what's on my mind. I'm going to kind of roll from there. So I want them to understand, the guy that you're getting this is the guy that you're interviewing. This is me. And if it doesn't work for you guys, it doesn't work for you. But I thought that was always important to me. And So that's always the priority as opposed to telling them what they want to hear.
Was it more comfortable doing that with the Bills because you knew the people? Maybe it was the other way because you wanted the job more, because you would have done interviews each of the last 2 years, including this year, with other teams.
Yeah, honestly, it was actually a little tougher just because you do know the guy. I mean, look, the guy I've coached for 4 years is in that room, but and I know we've kind of talked about it, but like the reality of it is, I knew it was real when they wanted to start from the jump. Like some of the interviews, they go back to, all right, let's tell us you're back at Pembroke Pines, Florida, and walk us, start from there. And I was concerned, I didn't know going into it how they were going to handle it. If they were going to be like, hey, we know you, let's just get to this element. Well, it was important for them to view me as like not just the offense coordinator of the Bills, but view me as maybe an offense coordinator from another team, so that then they can then view me as the potential candidate as the head coach of the Bills. And so the way that they handled it, it was important for both of us to kind of go into it and say, hey, let's act as if we don't know, and look, Laura Pagula, Mr. Pagula, like there's people in there that I'm not dealing with and having a lot of conversations on a day-to-day basis, right, as the offensive coordinator. So that was important for me.
Palmer and Samuel were signed at the beginning of free agency.
Right, and they were signed to decent money that you wanted them to contribute, and they didn't turn into what you needed them to turn into.
Right, and maybe those would be the two that you would attribute to injuries, because their numbers went way down when they got here. Like, because to me, for those two especially, you make a good point about being after the draft and nobody really wanting him. Maybe then someone wanted him for like $3 million because they gave him $5 million, right, instead of vet minimum.
$5 million, but like $2.5 million guaranteed. And Bean even said on One Bills Live when announcing the Elijah Moore thing that they told him to wait until after the draft. We'll see what happens.
Right.
So they were open to something of the draft that didn't fall that way, and they go back to Elijah Moore. And I just don't know what you really should reasonably be expecting from any player you sign at that time.
But with the other two, like you signed those guys and they were decent players before. I do not think they're great players at all. I do think they were overpaid, and the idea of paying guys of that caliber in free agency, I don't think is the smartest move. But give me the 600 yards that you had before.
Right.
Palmer or Samuel. And if you want to throw that out to injury, then throw it out to injury. They didn't come close to that here. Allen should be getting more out of these guys. That was the reputation, is you come here. John Brown and Cole Beasley, how much different were they when they signed? The caliber of player. They were fine players in the league.
And
they were not great.
They popped off.
And then they came here and got way better. And
they also stayed
these
healthy.
Two,
well, John Brown had some injuries, but they stayed healthy.
But those two went down even when they were in the lineup. Palmer, same thing. Like, when did he get hurt?
Atlanta.
And he had the one big catch at the beginning of the Atlanta game.
Before that, it's like 2 catches a game.
Right. Like, it's one catch. He had a big...
The Sabres fell short in overtime to Tampa Bay last night by a score 4-3. Matthias Samuelsson scored 2 goals, and Josh Doan scored the other. They remain in a playoff spot after jumping Montreal yesterday. Some injury news ahead of the Olympic break. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen will no longer participate for Team Finland due to his lower body injury. We're still awaiting more on Josh Norris, Zach Benson, and Jordan Greenway. That's your Sabres injury report, brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. They're next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Penguins at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the action with Puck Drop at 7 right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the Bills hiring former Titans quarterback coach Bo Hardegree as their new quarterback coach. He'll replace Ronald Curry. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, follow along at our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, Browns head coach Todd Monken said, "It's to be determined if Shedeur Sanders will start for the Browns next season. He will be calling the plays as well." The Giants hired former Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator, and the Jets announced they completed an in-person interview with former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich for their offensive coordinator vacancy. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
if you look at the Bills roster construction, and you talk about McDermott said, "Hey, we're not super." It's obvious. How many Pro Bowlers have you drafted since Josh Allen? 2, right? Like, I mean, it's not like you're just a litany of players you continue to bring in. This was a very good football team that was well coached. You basically put the bullseye on yourself and this organization by bringing attention that didn't need to be. I mean, why even address that? Why whatever all that is? It doesn't even make sense to me.
So defensive for no reason.
At the end of the day, you just hired a brand new coach. Less is more. Less is more in the situation. Hey, we're going to build the team up, because here's the reality of the situation. You got to go to the Super Bowl to be an improvement on what McDermott has done.
That's Jeff Saturday. Bills have been in the news. I mean, we're grateful to have had Joe Brady. We have Brandon Beane tomorrow. Been making the rounds. They were on, with Peter Schrager yesterday. And Bills have been in the news. It is, I keep saying this Super Bowl has led to a vacuum of Super Bowl takes. Yeah. You can see it on ESPN Get Up today. If Darnold wins, is he elite? And nobody's got the heart to do it.
They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what to talk about. They've right now talking about the Giants hiring Matt Nagy.
Yeah. No one's got the heart to really have the takes on this Super Bowl. Maybe the game itself will deliver.
No, I mean, what? I don't even know where you could start. You could do something with May not performing well yet in the playoffs, but I don't know. It's in year 2.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what you would really want to do with it.
There's the Belichick-Kraft Hall of Fame snub.
That's
getting out there.
There's more Patriots talk about that this week than them being in the Super Bowl.
There really is. There's the what?
Which I understand why. It is incredible that Belichick didn't get in. I don't know. Yesterday, some people were freaking out about Kraft too not getting in. I don't know if that's as incredible. Which, by the way, did you see how they actually go about that? How they do the voting for that? Someone from the Kansas City Star, who has a vote, explained why they didn't vote for Belichick. And it was because you're only allowed 3 votes for all of the builders.
Yep.
So he just ran out of votes. And that, I don't know if he said this, but maybe one of the other voters said this, that one reason why it might have happened is voters believed he was going to get in no matter what, so I'm going to take my 1 vote away from Belichick because he's getting in and give it to this guy to try to get him in.
Right.
And then too many people might have done that, and that's how Belichick ended up not getting in.
Yep. Makes sense. 803-0550. If you heard something from Joe Brady, I got a couple things I took away from Brady. He referred to those screens as breather plays.
Breather plays,
which sometimes
McDaniel earlier in the week for the Chargers referred to them as plays all 3 quarterbacks can run.
Yeah,
something Brady
that's
called them breather plays.
Easy, take something off his plate, and the screens are a topic. Joe Brady had a conversation with Eric Wood this week explaining how they use them. I almost want to say remember when, of course you remember this, we learned that Sean McDermott's timeouts were Kodaks, get a look at the defense, and it reminded me of that, hearing him talk about the role that a screen plays in their game. It's to, 1, get a look at maybe how they're going to be blitzing a certain formation, blah, blah. You get a look at their plans, and you just have this extension of the run play, of the run game, but it's in the passing game, and it's a breather play, and it doesn't tax Allen too much. I think that play has a place in the offense. I am not never throw it again guy. Do they lean on it a little too much for my taste? Yes. But was that out of necessity because they thought if we need 10 yards, how are we going to get it? This might be the best way to get 10 yards. We don't have anybody getting open down the field.
And what Brady explained about it there was, and he mentioned with us, sometimes you'll call them on 3rd downs if you know you're going for it on 4th down.
Mm-hmm. And he also said sometimes you'll call 2 plays, and based on the look, you'll check and throw that instead. It's almost like, honestly, it's an RPO, but instead of the choice at the handoff, throw it. It's all right. We're going to check this into a pass play.
That's the thing I would hope they evolve from, though. That 3rd and 9 screen to Cooper in the AFC Championship. That 3rd and 8 screen to Shakir against Denver. These screens on 3rd and long with the idea of, I'm probably not getting the first down here. I'm playing this down to set up 4th and short. And to me, I think where you want to be as an offense is it's 3rd and 8, I'm not setting up 4th and 2 or 4th and 3.
Yeah.
I'm getting 8 now. And if I don't get 8 now, I'll go get 8 on the next play. But you got to have an offense that is got the personnel that is able to do that. And they didn't really have the personnel on offense, I would think, last year to say, we're going to take 2 shots at getting the first down rather than 1 shot from a shorter distance. Because that is the offense that they used to have, where it'd be 3rd and 12, and they just go get it. Not set up a 4th and short. I think that ideally is where you want to be as an offense. I don't mind the screens. I've said this all along. Like on 1st, 2nd down, you want to do a couple of
Mix
those
them in,
throughout the
sure.
game. That is fine. But these 3rd and long situations that they've been doing it in are the ones that drive me nuts. And Joe Marino had the stats on it this week. Sometimes they don't even complete them because Allen's 30th in catchable target rate when they throw it.
Yeah, they've got a space. I think most Bills fans would land on, sure, there's a place for it, but it feels like a reliance on it. And that reliance might come from, a lack of a downfield separator and somebody that can do that. Brandon Cooks, the GM, spoke with Catherine Fitzgerald and indicated, they might be interested in having Brandon Cooks back. I think he wants to come back. I'm putting him on the roster because it'll be, I think, cheap and there's proof of concept. And if I do that, I'm at Cooks, Shakir, Coleman, Palmer.
Mm-hmm. I see that. That's where I get tripped up. I feel like I'm getting dangerously close to running back the same group.
Right. It's tight.
So, I kind of feel the way about Cooks that I felt about Cooper last year, which is bring him back if he's cheap, but I'd like to be able to do better than the same type of player.
He would be added potentially to the list of, and this is another testament to the talent that they've been bringing in. Guys come here and then it's over. It's over. Elijah Moore went to Denver and had a catch. I don't know if Elijah Moore is going to have another season after this. Young talent keeps coming in. It's hard to stay in the league, but they keep bringing in guys, and after they leave, it's over. Right. Cole Beasley, 5 minutes in Tampa, it's over. John Brown, it's over. He came back for a game. And the only guy that didn't have that happen to him was Diggs, who's playing in the Super Bowl. 803-0550. Defensively, I know we're going to get to a lot about what they do on defense. I feel like free agency is really going to start to set up how we feel about the draft for them. On offense, we know the draft. It could either be a receiver or interior line. And we kind of know that. The offense is not quite fully formed, but it's good, and the same play caller is returning. We can pretty much lock it down to 2 positions, interior line and receiver. On defense, you take a pick. Everything. You take everything, especially with the kind of change they're going to go through. So once we get to free agency, if they sign 2 linebackers and a defensive end, okay, now we kind of narrow down what the needs could be defensively for them in the draft. Mason in Dallas is up. Hey, Mason, good morning.
Hey, guys, I know you're talking about the Bills, but I had a quick thought on the Sabres, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so my thought is, just in question really, when Norris comes back, what you think the top 6 is going to look like. Because, for me, I think Quinn is certainly a very talented player, can shoot the puck and skate, but I just don't know where he fits in the top 6 when Norris does return. Appreciate you guys taking my call. Thanks.
I would look at it as he's obviously going to be playing center, and you probably slot guys back in where they were when he went out, which is Thompson's your guy playing the most minutes, Norris is your second most minutes, and then McLeod is third. Right, like you mentioned, McLeod's out there in overtime yesterday. Norris is hopefully out there instead in a situation like that.
Yep.
So, you put him with 2 scorers, and he's on your second line. To me, that's his role. He's your second line center. If Tage is playing down the middle, which he has been now for a long time. Right? He hasn't played wing in probably since the 10-game win streak.
It's been a while, yeah.
So, top 6.
Glad they got him back there. I just feel like he's more engaged. At least he looks more engaged. He's more central to what they do. 803-0550 is our phone number. Happy Wednesday. What do we got this week? What do we got? We got Sabres, Penguins tomorrow, and then the break. Are there any Olympics before the opening ceremonies?
Yes, tomorrow. Oh, today. Wait. Let me find it. Curling is a day before, I think.
Curling is where it's at. Curling today at 1:05.
Today at 1:05.
Canada and the Czech Republic today. Look at that. That's great.
Can we bet it? Should we do a parlay?
Have you ever tried curling?
A curling parlay. I've done it like twice.
Yeah. It's fun.
It is fun.
It's difficult. It feels like it's difficult to start.
You got to have good knees.
Got to have good knees. Got to have the right shoes.
Yep.
The coordination is, the weight. It's fun. It's a great watch, too.
It's a good watch. It's a good watch.
Good watch?
Good
Not great watch? What's a great watch? Olympic events in the winter that are a great watch.
Speed skating. Short track speed skating. Because it becomes like bumper cars.
It really is just that.
It becomes a contact sport.
Let's whip around
down the
until one dude falls and then
they fly off to the side.
And then somebody wins because they were in fifth.
I love
They're going so fast.
Skeleton.
We got to draft winter
skeleton
sports.
over luge.
Ooh, draft the winter sports. It's
skeleton over luge.
Skeleton or luge.
What about downhill skiing with a obliterated ACL? Like
the Lindsey Vonn.
Lindsey Vonn's about to do. That was great. Have you guys seen this?
I knew she got in an accident.
If you can do it, that means you don't need it. That really
Tyrell Shavers.
You don't really need it.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's about lateral movement, right? And you don't need it.
Joe Thornton played a playoff game on a torn ACL.
Right.
Phillip Rivers played an AFC championship on a torn ACL. Downhill skiing seems like a whole nother animal, though.
Where are you guys at on figure skating?
Fine, good.
It's dramatic.
It's very dramatic.
It is dramatic.
I have an appreciation for the edge, like the physical edge work of the skating.
It's tough. Any sport where there's judging can be a little tough, I think, because you're just like, oh, they didn't like it. But it's definitely dramatic. Freestyle, X game style stuff like snowboard and snow
like the
cross.
big air snowboarding stuff is.
It's cool.
I'm a big ski jump guy too.
Yeah, the ski
I do
jump's
like that.
cool. Flying
tomorrow, I believe the women's hockey tournament begins.
I think that's right. They start
6:10 in the morning. Germany and Sweden have a little hockey on in here.
Live
Fire
reactions.
it up.
All right. 8:40 France and Italy, big rivalry.
I played against a lot of the girls on that U.S. Olympics team. We played against them when I was in New Mexico.
Right. They play 10:40 tomorrow.
All the men's hockey games are going to be late at night. No,
middle of the
3 p.m.
day.
3 p.m. Yeah. Latvia, U.S. is the first game on the 12th.
Right. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't really play a very interesting team in their first three games.
Latvia, Denmark, and Germany.
Yeah. There's no one interesting in their group, in part because Russia is not at the tournament.
I might take Germany on the puck line. Germany might cover that.
Are we going to watch Zemgus Jorgensen's?
What's the puck line going to be? 2.5?
I don't know. Girgensons, by the way, last night. How about a Girgensons appearance last night? I heard the name. I heard Girgensons can't get it out. I thought, that guy.
That's familiar for his name. A little.
Germany's got some guys. Draisaitl, Stützle, Paterka.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have Grubauer, who's been good this year in net.
Germany's one of those countries that's like kind of...
They're getting better.
They're getting around. Like, they got some guys.
I bet within 3 Olympics, they're like the 4th best team.
Yeah, they'll beat like
maybe
Sweden
5th.
or something at some point. It'll be awesome.
803-0550, our phone number.
Slovakia is terrible now, by the way, at hockey.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
There's like no NHLers left.
Yeah,
They had a good era there, Hosas and Gabariks and Shatans, and now there's just like nothing left. Like if Tatar is still playing, that's it. I can't wait.
I'm reading an article. Honorary coach Snoop Dogg arrives at the Olympics.
Let's go.
Coach of what?
He's Team USA's first honorary coach.
Like the whole thing? Of all the teams?
He will use his volunteer role to cheer, uplift, and maybe drop a little wisdom from the sidelines. He met Team USA snowboarders and figure skaters and shared a message for Lindsey Vonn and took a ride on a Zamboni.
Who gets along best with Snoop Dogg? The snowboarders? It feels like the snowboarders. Probably.
Yeah, I feel like, watch it be the figure skaters.
That'd be funny.
He's had an interesting career here, Snoop Dogg.
It's one way to say it.
Snoop Dogg legacy talk.
Like him being the guy to be the honorary coach of Team USA at Olympics. That's a long journey to get there, right?
Was he the first ask? Did somebody else say no? I bet he might be the first ask.
Yeah, who
are they going to before Snoop Dogg?
The coach of team of the not just like of a team, but the whole
thing.
Honorary uplifter of Team USA. I mean,
right? Who was on their list?
For some reason, Shaq feels right to me on that list.
Maybe. Why do I feel like they're like
supposed to be on that list?
You got any ideas how to uplift Team USA? And he'd be like, I got a couple ideas.
I bet Tom Brady was trying to get himself to the top of that list.
Speaking of Tom Brady, got a clip from him to play for you a little bit later today. We'll get a break in. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Our thanks to Joe Brady for joining us, Brandon Bean, tomorrow. Your calls we're wide open until the end of the show. You can join us here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase. This Sunday. Joe Brady with us. Joe, at the press conference, you said some things about Sean McDermott that I think were very appreciated by Bills fans. I feel like a lot of the questions you're getting are about what's going to be different, what's evolving. Is there something that comes to mind for you that you would say you learned under Sean McDermott that you take away from him on what makes a good head coach?
Yeah, look, you don't get to do what Coach McDermott did for as long as he did without being a great leader. You think about all the different things that have happened during his time and how, look, I said it in the press conference. I know I'm walking into this building every day and it's in a way better position than it was when he walked into it. And the way that he was able to help put together the foundation and establish the culture and get it to where we're in the playoffs every year. Like, you don't do that by just rolling out of bed. Like, he's an incredible leader, and having an opportunity to be in coordinator meetings, learn from him. Like, I've grown so much as a coach since I've been here in Buffalo, and Coach McDermott was a large part of that.
Palmer and Samuel were signed at the beginning of free agency.
Right, and they were signed to decent money that you wanted them to contribute, and they didn't turn into what you needed them to turn into.
Right, and maybe those would be the two that you would attribute to injuries, because their numbers went way down when they got here. Like, because to me, for those two especially, more, you make a good point about being after the draft and nobody really wanting him. Maybe then someone wanted him for like $3 million because they gave him $5 million, right, instead of vet minimum.
$5 million, but like $2.5 million guaranteed. And Bean even said on One Bills Live when announcing the Elijah Moore thing that they told them to wait until after the draft. We'll see what happens.
Right.
So they were open to something at the draft that didn't fall that way, and they go back to Elijah Moore. And I just don't know what you really should reasonably be expecting from any player you sign at that time.
But with the other two, like, you signed those guys and they were decent players before. I do not think they're great players at all. I do think they were overpaid, and the idea of paying guys of that caliber in free agency, I don't think is the smartest move. But give me the 600 yards that you had before.
Right.
Palmer or Samuel. And if you want to throw that out to injury, then throw it out to injury. They didn't come close to that here. Allen should be getting more out of these guys. That was the reputation, is you come here. John Brown and Cole Beasley, how much different were they when they signed? The caliber of player. They were fine players in the league.
And
they were not great.
They popped off.
And then they came here and got way better. And
they also stayed healthy.
Two,
John Brown had some injuries, but they stayed healthy.
But those two went down even when they were in the lineup. Palmer, same thing. Like, when did he get hurt?
Atlanta.
And he had the one big catch at the beginning of the Atlanta game.
Before that, it's like 2 catches a game.
Right. Like, it's one catch. He had a big game against Baltimore, right? Because right at the end.
Everybody did at the end, yep.
Jets game, he had 2 catches. Miami game, he had 1 catch. New Orleans, he had 2 catches. New England, he had 2 catches. Those are your games before Atlanta. He wasn't on track to do a lot.
Right. Without that one catch against Atlanta down the field, we really would think that Josh Palmer did nothing. And that catch kind of led everyone to think, oh, he was just about to have some big role in the offense, and that might be true.
So, I think it could be both. I think it is both. I think it is that they have approached the position in a way that I don't love, in that you're giving out that level of contract to the middle of the road, average mid-level receivers. And
third
also,
receivers on other teams.
And also, you should be getting more out of them than you got.
like Bill of if they're going to get in, it's just when they're going to get in.
Right.
They're tremendous at what they've done in the league. And maybe it's not trending so well for ex-Patriots. Maybe I should be a little concerned here. But, I think at some point this thing is going to go in everybody's direction the right way.
Tom Brady on the Kraft and Belichick snubs. Hey, you want to keep Brady out for a year because of the Deflategate, Spygate
That'd be great.
stuff?
That'd be great.
No complaints.
Do it.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe. We're wide open the other side and get some phone calls and catch up on. We're late here. I wanted to tell you one thing before the break. And what was it, Joe? What was I going to tell everybody? Why can't I remember it? It was... another stat of the day for you. Fun stat. Fun fact that you can take to the office and people won't believe you. Ian Hartitz pointed this out. That the Browns and the Saints have more recently had a top 10 scoring offense than the Chiefs.
Really?
Yes. The Chiefs haven't had a top 10 scoring offense since 2022. Teams with a top 10 offense more recently than the Chiefs, Miami, New Orleans, Cleveland, Washington, Minnesota, Baltimore,
the Cleveland
Indy,
one is
Cleveland and New Orleans.
Jarring one.
More recently than the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Last time they had a top 10 offense.
Well, I don't think they'll have a top 10 offense this next year.
The Chiefs?
No.
Not unless Mahomes is healthy. 803-0550. If you're on hold, to get to your calls on the other side. Have some fun here in the final hour. Get some Super Bowl chatter going. This game. America just is reluctantly accepting it. Think how much better it would be if the Bills were in it.
Oh, so much better.
Just like, not just
for
here.
everybody. For everybody.
Nationally.
Everybody.
Big deal. Yep. Oh, well. Bills, Rams. The Super Bowl, the season deserved. Anyway, get to your calls on the other side here on WGR.
Palmer and Samuel were signed at the beginning of free agency.
Right, and they were signed to decent money that you wanted them to contribute, and they didn't turn into what you needed them to turn into.
Right, and maybe those would be the two that you would attribute to injuries because their numbers went way down when they got here. Like, because to me, for those two especially, more, you make a good point about being after the draft and nobody really wanting him. Maybe then someone wanted him for like $3 million because they gave him $5 million, right, instead of vet minimum.
$5 million, but like $2.5 million guaranteed. And Bean even said on One Bills Live when announcing the Elijah Moore thing that they told them to wait until after the draft. We'll see what happens.
Right.
So they were open to something of the draft that didn't fall that way, and they go back to Elijah Moore. And I just don't know what you really should reasonably be expecting from any player you sign at that time.
But with the other two, like you signed those guys and they were decent players before. I do not think they're great players at all. I do think they were overpaid, and the idea of paying guys of that caliber in free agency, I don't think is the smartest move. But give me the 600 yards that you had before.
Right.
Palmer or Samuel. And if you want to throw that out to injury, then throw it out to injury. They didn't come close to that here. Allen should be getting more out of these guys. That was the reputation, is you come here. John Brown and Cole Beasley, how much different were they when they signed? The caliber of player. They were fine players in the league.
And
they were not great.
They popped off.
And then they came here and got way better. And
they also stayed healthy.
Two,
well, John Brown had some injuries, but they stayed healthy.
But those two went down even when they were in the lineup. Palmer, same thing. Like, when did he get hurt?
Atlanta.
And he had the one big catch at the beginning of the Atlanta game.
Before that, it's like 2 catches a game.
Right. Like, it's one catch. He had a big game against Baltimore, right? Because right at the
Everybody
end.
did at the end, yep.
Jets game, he had 2 catches. Miami game, he had 1 catch. New Orleans, he had 2 catches. New England, he had 2 catches. Those are your games before Atlanta. He wasn't on track to do a lot.
Right. Without that one catch against Atlanta down the field, we really would think that Josh Palmer did nothing. And that catch kind of led everyone to think, oh, he was just about to have some big role in the offense, and that might be true.
So, I think it could be both. I think it is both. I think it is that they have approached the position in a way that I don't love, in that you're giving out that level of contract to the middle of the road, average mid-level receivers. And
third
also,
receivers on other teams.
And also, you should be getting more out of them than you got.
Lots of Scoreboard watching out there, and then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins. Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey, I mean...
Well, kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday, that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team out is... depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington. Because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot. Because right now, you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there. Like, it's more than a 7-point cushion, because it's a 7-point cushion, and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They
won
couple months ago?
10 of 11. Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago.
The Sabres fell short in overtime to the Tampa Bay Lightning last night by a score of 4-3. Matthias Samuelsson scored 2 goals. Josh Stone was the other. They remain in a playoff spot after jumping Montreal yesterday in the standings. Some injury news ahead of the Olympic break. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen will no longer participate for Team Finland due to his lower body injury. We'll still be awaiting more on Josh Norris, Zach Benson, and Jordan Greenway. That's your Sabres injury report, brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. They're next in action tomorrow night, hosting the Penguins at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the action with Puck Drop at 7, right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And per our own Sal Capaccio, the Bills are hiring former Titans quarterback coach Bo Herdegree as their new quarterback coach who will replace Ronald Curry. For all of the updates on the coaching staff, follow along on our website, WGR550.com. Coming up, if you missed it, Joe Brady joined Jeremy and Joe earlier today in the last hour. You'll be able to find that on demand at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, I think anytime we've done, look, we lead the NFL throwing the balls in between the numbers, right? And so and we do it at such a high inefficiency rate, and then so it's like, hey, just like I come out of every season saying, all right, well, if there's things that we're not doing at a high rate, sometimes it's kind of like going for on a fourth down. It's like, hey, you want a deep pass? Like we had 2 deep passes against Denver. They got intercepted. That if those weren't intercepted and we had a different result to the play, we'd be saying, hey, good job, but we need to throw it deeper, right? So it's always a fine line. I think adding that element to our offense will help if we have the pieces that in Josh's based upon what the defense is giving, and that's the element of us being able to run the football. You hope will allow some of those vertical threats down the field to be able to open up. But if it's not there, Josh not saying, well, I have to throw the ball deep. It's, all right, cool, they want to stay deep with it. All right, cool, I'll throw it underneath, and we'll do what we do a good job of and getting a lot of rack.
He's a rack, not yak. Should we convert? That's Joe Brady. Run after catch. Get a lot of rack. Are you team rack?
I'm yak. I'm a yak guy.
I mean, I was
always been a yak guy.
I was raised team yak.
Yeah. Team yak.
He's team rack. If I'd caught that in the moment, I would have said, should we be going rack instead of yak? Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Vertical threat, if we have the pieces, will help our offense. It's definitely going to be something they look into. The question is, like, how, like, is Brandon Cooks the fallback, or is he the leader in the clubhouse? Like, is he the safety school? Is he? How many metaphors can I use in one minute?
The other guy I want for them on that I had written down to get to with Brady, and we ran out of time, on Kincaid. Kincaid was their most effective vertical weapon last year, and his body can't hold up to play more. He played more than half the snaps 3 times last year. That's it. And that was a lot on purpose, because he's not out there for the run plays. He's not out there doing the cardio routes. He's out there when it's designed for him to get the football. But with that means that his volume is down. 49 targets last year. And you got the GM saying, like, I have no reason to not give him the 5th-year option. So they're going to be committed to him. Mm-hmm. We know he's good, but ideally, that guy holding up for an entire season, not even just to play all the games, but to be somebody that's out on the field and you never take off, that's how he becomes one of the best tight ends in football. And talent-wise, he might be capable of that. And if he could be capable of that, like, that answers a lot of those questions about vertical plays. It's middle of the field vertical plays, but he was doing that for you last year. And he just can't be on the field enough to make it super, super meaningful. So I don't know if he'll ever be able to do it. Like, he's got a PCL tear, right? And he's not having surgery, so it's rehab again. And I don't know what would have me believe that he's just going to be fine next year playing 70% of the snaps. Even that's not where the elite tight ends are. Like, George Kittles and Trey McBride's don't leave the field ever.
Yep, well.
And I don't think he's probably ever going to be that. Right? Like, there's too many injuries already to think that that's going to happen.
803-0550. Bills, what? Next step is the franchise tag window, which they don't have anybody in that department.
No.
That window opens in a couple of weeks.
There's nobody for that.
The franchise tag window opens like mid-February.
No,
February 17th.
The next guy that could be up for that would be what? Torrance? And that's next year?
Yeah, because he's got 1 year left on his deal.
He's got 1 year left. He's got like a tender deal, though, so we don't really know what his number is going to be this year.
I'm ready for today at the Super Bowl to see a couple players demand trades. Like Max Crosby, let's get aggressive with this thing. We already know.
Go on Rich Eisen.
Yeah, just go out and say, like,
bleep the Raiders.
I've played my last game. Here's my page in the paper.
Tom Brady is a cheater. I don't want to play for him.
There you go.
Perfect.
Whatever it takes. I need some good rumors. The Super Bowl can deliver those.
The guy, Crosby, and who else? Like Jefferson, if he does some interviews, he'll get asked about it, right?
Not trading Justin Jefferson.
Minnesota's not trading
We shouldn't even really think about it.
Why not? Why?
We shouldn't even pretend.
He couldn't want out?
I mean, I don't want to go completely writing off dead cap hits, but I think their dead cap hit is $72 million.
Nah, fine. You can manage that. Split it up over 2 years.
What are you getting for it? Because you're getting the value.
2 first-round picks.
It would be 2 firsts for Jefferson, and then 2 more firsts for 72 in dead cap.
Well, you can't trade 4 firsts, so I think 3 is
you
the
can
max.
if you have them within the 3 years.
Right, so the Bills couldn't. They have to go out and get another one. The Rams could give them 4 firsts.
That's right. Let's also...
Yeah, you trade him post June 1, it costs you $13 million this year, and then $32 next year. Perfect.
No.
Beautiful.
He's not getting traded. They're not trading Justin Jefferson.
He's got to make it ugly. Come on, make it ugly.
Even if you make it ugly, you don't have to trade him. The Jets are hiring Frank Reich as their offensive coordinator. Done deal from Mike Garafolo.
Okay.
Paul in Buffalo on the Sabres. Hey, Paul.
Guys, that was a high-level hockey game last night.
Yes, it was.
I got a lot to say about that game. We were 30 seconds away from that being the game that Matthias Samuelsson announced himself to international hockey as one of the snubs from the Olympic Games this year. I don't know how or why he has the ability to just put a whooping on maybe the greatest goaltender in this era. But, I mean, it's incredible what he did. These were the first one. I mean, he had about 3 inches to shoot it to, and he hit that 3 inches. That was incredible. But, not to be, because you're facing a team. Oh, my God, the Tampa Bay Lightning are everything I want out of a hockey team. They're skilled. They're tough as heck. They're gritty. They're dirty. They're veteran. And behind them, they got this 6'4" monster of a Hall of Fame goaltender. Unreal how good they are. The Buffalo Sabres play in the offensive zone has confused a lot of teams, a lot of good teams. Not the Tampa Bay Lightning. They don't lose position. I mean, when you got a team of brilliant veteran hockey players that are well coached on top of it, holy crap, are they good? I mean, I'll face them in the Eastern Conference Finals, but I don't want to face it before then because they're so much better than the Carolina Hurricanes and the Dallas Stars. I mean, it's not even worth talking about almost. Best team the Sabres have played this year, the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they darn near had them. Have a great show, guys.
Thanks, Paul.
And that also was with they're missing important players. Braden Point is not in. Anthony Cirelli, who was on Team Canada, got hurt. He's out for the Olympics. Nick Paul was out of the lineup. Hedman just came back. He's barely playing the minutes you're used to seeing from him yet. So you had half a Hedman, no Point, no Cirelli, no Paul.
And
they still looked that good.
I was going to say, they looked real good. You know what expected goals was in this game?
Probably
at 5-on-5?
I would imagine it favored Tampa.
Yeah, big time. Money Puck had it at like 2.8 to 0.8. Like Tampa.
Yeah.
That's why, you get a point out of that game. I'm not here. Did you go toe-to-toe? You kind of did. Your goalie makes it, matters. Your goalie matters. But anyway, Pittsburgh tomorrow. Alex Lyon beat Pittsburgh. Go to the break, and they could go to the break in the 2 spot.
Yeah, they could.
Detroit
only has one more game.
They play tonight, right? Detroit plays tonight against we had it earlier, Utah, who's also been hot.
So if the Mammoth win tonight and the Sabres win tomorrow, Mammoth got to win in regulation.
Yeah,
then you're in the second spot going into the break. Yeah,
how'd that be? Going to the break, hosting a playoff game to open the playoffs. That's the 2 spot. That'd be something else. All right, Yarmo. What do you got? Yarmo?
Well, roster freeze today at 3.
All right. Well,
so got to do it in the next few hours.
Full coverage. Why
of the roster
Why are
freeze?
they freezing rosters? Trading someone in this 2 weeks would be good. You're like, hey, listen, you got traded. You have 2 weeks to get to your new team, as opposed to everybody goes back to their respective cities. You've been traded. What? You should have told me a week ago.
That's a good question. I don't know why they have one. Yeah, what would be the reason for it?
I think a lot of it is genuinely just all the guys that aren't going on to the Olympics are going on vacation, and if you get traded on vacation, you have to fly home and move all your stuff, and that sucks.
You don't have to until you get home on vacation.
The Players Association just was like, we're not. Just stop it.
That's probably right. Yeah.
It's the same over the holidays.
You're in Tahiti, and suddenly you get traded to Minnesota, and now I gotta leave my vacation early.
Why are you leaving?
I gotta move. I gotta move.
Right? You don't have to leave early. You just wait.
But if your new team trades for you and you go, I'm in Cancun for another week and a half. I'll see you then.
Deal with it.
That's come on.
I like this.
That's how it works now.
I like this.
You could agree to a trade with the GM a week before the freeze is over, and then your agent calls by the way, you're going to get traded as soon as the freeze is over.
Sure, but then they don't have. There's no expectation for that guy to come show up and
just tell your agent you trade
do the whole thing.
There's no roster freeze. I'll let you know if you trade for my guy, he's not leaving vacation. Why would you have to get there early?
I like this as a reason. I also don't think this is. This can't be why, right?
It's no. I think the PA negotiates for these freezes so that you're not traded when you're with your family over the holiday or whatever. I think it's you're not allowed to. These guys have lives.
It's a 20-day freeze.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it's Christmas. Don't trade me on Christmas Eve. This is going to be February 10th.
Maybe guys don't want to be traded during the Olympics. Maybe it's something they don't want to be thinking about.
That also is a thing.
If you're at the Olympics and your head is off in space because you're about to be traded.
What Olympian is about to be traded?
I don't know. Sam,
that could happen. They're not all superstars.
Give me one. Give me
some guy on Zemgus Girgensons because get dealt for a 6th-round pick tomorrow.
Yeah. To where?
Some Finnish.
I don't know, Dallas. Who cares?
Some Finnish
good news.
defenseman.
If you get traded to Dallas, they're not going to ask you to play. You're a depth signing.
Right.
Bring a suit. You'll be fine.
Some Finnish defenseman who's not actually that good.
Right.
We have to have a roster freeze for a 6th defenseman on Finland.
I don't love the roster. I'm searching for what the actual reason is.
I'm sure there's an actual reason.
I think,
but I haven't heard a good one yet.
We'll get into I'll do some research, but I think it is legitimately they don't want guys away from their homes, and then they're traded. I really do think that is why it happens.
I did just see pointed out on Twitter that while the rosters are frozen, you can still sign extensions.
Right.
Oh, wow, look at this.
That's allowed.
That's
well, sure, I'll fax a contract over and make $50 million on vacation in Cabo. Sounds good.
Making the GMs work on extensions still? Rude. The agent can take some phone calls, but not others.
Maybe you know what another reason could be? It might not just be the players going on vacation. Although you're saying the PA is the ones who would want the roster freeze.
The GMs?
I was going to say people at the NHL offices.
Right.
Because that's where you file trades. That's where you put everything through. All those people want to go on vacation. And they don't want to work through the break in case Utah and Florida make a trade.
One of the answers to this is to abolish the model that they have now and bring in the EPL model, which is that it's almost always frozen, but they open transfer windows. Yeah. Instead of having roster freezes and the illusion of trades for the rest of the season when there are very, very few trades. Instead, you'd say all right, trading window opens January 1st to January 20th. Get them in now.
Yeah, I like that. It puts the pressure on
and then
actually
close
get a
the
deal
window,
done. Yeah.
and then a second window opens right before the playoffs and then closes. If you did windows instead, maybe it'd be a little better.
Yeah, I like that.
Dan in Raleigh. Hey, Dan.
Hey, guys. I had a comment about last night's game, but just real quick, Joe Brady saying he's a kiss of death going. The day that McDermott got fired, I live in Raleigh now. I went to the Sabres game at Raleigh, and naturally got dropped there. So I feel like I'm the kiss of death, too.
These guys tell me I'm the kiss of death because I once called a couple games must-wins, and then they won.
They lost them all.
Then they won one of them, and then they never lost again.
Last night's game, I'm technically, I'm old, right? So I'm technically challenged with streaming and this and that. So my wife got the game on ESPN Plus the night before, and during the, she puts it on, and it's the Florida commentary guys, and I'm like, this is horrible. I mean, just awful, right? So she switched to the Sabres commentary for that game. So last night she turns it on for me, and it's just the national feed, the ESPN guys, and Ray Ferraro's down on it. When Samuelson scores at the end of the first period, he referred to him, and I asked the screener guy, he referred to him as Michael Samuelson 4 times, and it never got corrected until in the second period. And then he said it very pronounced his name properly. But Ferraro called him Michael Samuelson. I just didn't know if anyone else had caught that. It was great.
Oh, we caught it. He said it over and over and over before they took a TV timeout. Tough. Listen, it's understandable. You confused him with 23, Michael Jordan out there. That's how he's playing. That's a tough look, though.
Michael Samuelson. His dad's name was what?
Shell Samuelson. Yep.
KJELL. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
That's Shell Samuelson. Yeah.
He's good. It's amazing.
Does he have a good nickname, Samuelson?
They say St. Sammy.
St. Sammy.
But now he might be St. Michael of Buffalo, right?
Sure.
Or Sammy Snipes.
Sammy Snipes. All right.
KJELL. Would have never spelled that right in a million tries.
What time is Super Bowl 60 pregame? What do we got? We've got, here we go.
Pregame?
The national anthem will be Charlie Puth.
Okay.
Brandy Carlisle sings America the Beautiful.
Randy Carlisle?
Brandy Carlisle.
I mean, I knew it. Even if it was Randy, I knew it wasn't going to be that Randy.
Yeah, the former Ducks coach.
Let's bring him out.
I heard Randy Carlisle.
I totally did too. What are we doing?
Okay.
Coco Jones sings Lift Every Voice and Sing. 5-hour NBC pregame show starts at 1 p.m.
5-hour
Live
show.
historic segments from Alcatraz Island, and Green Day opens the festivities.
Green
Day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
A flyover.
Little bit of
featuring B-1B Lancers, F-15C Eagles, FA-18E Super Hornets, and a F-35 Lightning. And that's all I got. Oh, I saw a prop bet that I love and love to hate.
Okay.
There's a certain site offering number of check-ins with rules analyst Terry McCauley.
Oh, my goodness. There's a line on that?
There's a line on that. Yeah.
What's the line?
Yeah, the prop bet. How many times will Terry McCauley be consulted? What's the over-under?
The over-under is going to be 6.5.
Wow, you should take the over then. It's 2.5.
No.
Yeah.
What? 2.5?
2.5.
He's going to do that in the first 5 minutes.
I know. I will say.
Yeah, I would bet that. Over.
I actually have a Terry McCauley take, and it's not just that all rules analysts are bad. His hits tend to be shorter. They don't talk to him as long. When they go to Terry, he's like, "Yeah, guys, I got this incomplete. I think you can see it." And
he's like quick to the point.
He's in and out. He is not.
Well, that's how it should be done if you're going to do it.
He's not making himself a part of the broadcast and getting top billing in the same way as some others in the field. He is in and out. Done. I appreciate that from him. He should, of course, not be on the broadcast, and we should get rid of them altogether, and they should never come back. Ever.
I agree. Yep.
2.5. 2.5. Over under 2.5 on rules analyst check-ins.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. They're going to be busy doing something else that they would normally, I don't know. There aren't really, there would be past years where, Taylor Swift is going to be there at the game. They're going to spend some time showing her on broadcast. Or, the Harbaughs are coaching against each other, so you're going to have that. You don't really get that. So
I think I like JSN for MVP.
I have bet JSN for MVP.
I think I really like JSN as MVP. I saw, because of the stat we gave on him earlier, that he's the only receiver in the next-gen stats era to lead the league in receiving on the outside 1 year and in the slot a different year.
Yeah.
I think this is a game for him to be in the slot because he avoids Christian Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Gonzalez on the outside. The Patriots slot corner is, was that Marcus Jones?
Yes.
Who's good. The Patriots defense is really good. It stiffened up when Milton Williams is healthy.
Milton Williams is there.
It's really good. I'm nervous. They can't win this game. New England can't win.
Warren Sharp put out an interesting video last night that McDermott in Week 15 against New England started throwing cover 6 at New England, which not a lot of teams run. The Bills hadn't run much. New England hadn't seen all season. And it worked, and every team has been copying it since. Through the playoffs, since that game, and that Seattle runs it a lot. So McDermott might have, by this, looks like he might have put the blueprint out on how to limit that offense. And they have not been good on offense really since then. I don't think they're going to score a lot in this game.
No, I think it's a
How
low
many points?
score.
Like I wouldn't be surprised. Like I bet right now they don't reach 20.
The winning team?
No.
The
New
Patriots?
England. New England specifically.
Is that enough to win?
No. They won't win. They with like 17 points. I don't think they'd win the game.
Get a break in 803-0550. I'm looking at Peter Schrager posted a video about somebody from the Patriots and their maybe their analytics team. Let me see if there's anything worth it in here and see what we get to. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Bills head coach Joe Brady joining us on the Wester Hotline. Joe, I wanted to ask you to take us inside some of the interview process, not just with the Bills, but like as you go through the interview process with these teams, how much is you telling them, answering their questions, and how much is you also selling your ideas, like what you want to do? You want this job, but you also want to know that they respect what you envision as how you'll execute it.
Yeah, I think that's what's unique is every one of them is different. Some of them some of them just feel like they're in an interview process where it's just, here's an answer, you answer, and then they just go to here's a question, you answer, and they just move on to the next one. And other ones are way more of just conversation and being able to flow and kind of, okay, you said this, but now let's talk through that a little bit more. And so there's so many different avenues that they kind of go, but the biggest thing that you always want to get across is, hey, as the head football coach, this is my vision. This is the things that I value. This is the direction that I want to go, because you want to make sure, and then this is who I am, because you want to make sure, look, as you guys can tell, right, I'm not the best public speaker. I'm not a car salesman. Like I say what's on my mind. I'm going to kind of roll from there. So I want them to understand, like, the guy that you're getting this is the guy that you're interviewing. This is me. And if it doesn't work for you guys, it doesn't work for you. But I thought that was always important to me. And, so that's always the priority, as opposed to telling them what they want to hear.
Was it more comfortable doing that with the Bills because you knew the people? Maybe it was the other way because you wanted the job more, because you would have done interviews each of the last 2 years, including this year, with other teams.
Yeah, honestly, it was actually a little tougher, just because you do know the guy. I mean, look, the guy I've coached for 4 years is in that room, but and I know we've kind of talked about it, but like the reality of it is, I knew it was real when they wanted to start from the jump. Like some of the interviews, they go back to, all right, let's tell us you're back at Pembroke Pines, Florida, and start from there. And I was concerned, I didn't know going into it how they were going to handle it. If they were going to be like, hey, we know you, let's just get to this element. Well, it was important for them to view me as like not just the offense coordinator of the Bills, but view me as maybe an offense coordinator from another team, so that then they can then view me as the potential candidate as the head coach of the Bills. And so the way that they handled it, it was important for both of us to kind of go into it and say, hey, let's act as if we don't know, and look, Laura Pagula, Mr. Pagula, like there's people in there that I'm not dealing with and having a lot of conversations on a day-to-day basis, right, as the offensive coordinator. So that was important for me.
Lots of scoreboard watching out there, and then on Thursday, 7 games, the last set of games before the break. The Sabres will play, of course, against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Ottawa and Philly, the Capitals. We also have to watch the Blue Jackets, I guess, too. All right. Well, hey, I mean...
Well, kind of. I pointed this out on Twitter yesterday, that the gap right now between the Sabres and the first team out depends who you're looking at. Columbus and Washington. Because they're in the Metro, just them catching you isn't enough for you to lose a spot. They wouldn't go into your wild card spot because right now you're above Pittsburgh and the Islanders. So basically, to be caught by a Metro team, to lose a wild card spot to a Metro team, you would need to be caught by multiple of them. You have to be caught by Pittsburgh, the Islanders, and Columbus to have that happen. So, like, it's a 7-point gap on Toronto, but Washington and Columbus sitting there. Like, it's more than a 7-point cushion because it's a 7-point cushion and you have to be caught by Pittsburgh and the Islanders at the same time that they catch you.
Right, because if Columbus were to just go ahead and leap into a playoff spot with 2 straight wins, it would knock a Metro team out first before it knocks out a wild card team.
If they went on, they're already on a 6-game win streak. If they won their next 7 between now and after the break, like they'll get into a spot. Guess whose spot it won't be? Under no circumstances will it be your spot.
They fired a coach and got red hot.
Yeah, that's right. They
won
couple months ago?
10 of 11. Yeah, fired a coach.
Or a month ago.
Seconds on the clock. You're on the 1-yard line. Are you gonna run or are you gonna throw a slant route?
Do we have any timeouts? No timeouts. I know that's a sore subject for a lot of people, but we'll say pass. No timeouts. No timeouts. You don't want to get stuff. Maybe you run it and you get on the ball and throw it really quickly after that if you don't make it. But it's tough to get those big guys back up after being down there on the 1-yard line and getting back and on the line of scrimmage. So 30 seconds left on the 1-yard line. That's a great question. As a quarterback, I got to say pass though.
Ha-ha. Guess what? That's Sam Darnold talking about do you pass it at the 1-yard line in that scenario. Guess what? There's a bet. There's a prop bet. Will the Seahawks throw a pass from the 1-yard line? And I am on that. Yes.
I think there is no shot.
Yes. Touchdown, A.J. Barner. Book it. Book that. Sam Darnold, little boot, play action boot.
Yep. No way.
He just said he wants to throw it from the 1. He did.
You know, it's going to be great when they call a pass play from the 1 and Darnold takes off running and scores.
Yeah.
It doesn't count.
Also worth pointing out, Seattle lost that game. They were up 24-14 in the fourth quarter.
24-14?
They were up 24-14 in the fourth quarter.
It's forgotten because Atlanta's was way worse.
Well, you want to know what happened? If I'm a Seahawks fan, I live in multiple moments, but here's one of them. It's 24-14. Patriots go 9 plays, 68 yards, and get it to 24-21. Bills. This is where I'm making the point about the Bills, right?
Mm-hmm.
Seattle ball. All right. You're down 20. You're up 24-21. You have the ball. 7:55 left in the fourth quarter. Ball and lead.
Mm-hmm.
My mindset is game's over. That's where I'd want to live. They get the best defense. Seattle had a great defense that year. They have Russell Wilson. What do they do? 1st and 10, incomplete. 2nd and 10, run up the middle for 5. 3rd and 5, incomplete to Marshawn Lynch, punt. 3 plays, 5 yards, 1 minute. Punt.
Brutal.
So how did Seattle's defense give up back-to-back touchdown drives to blow the game up 24-14? They do it because
their offense
in the fourth quarter
made them.
Their offense, wow. After they made it 24-14, this is a great example. This is how I'm going to prove that I do this not just for the Bills, not just to defend Sean McDermott, but I want the Bills' mindset to be like this. The Seahawks went up 24-14 and forced back-to-back punts by the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
24-14, punt. Seahawks ball. 4 plays, punt. Back to the Patriots. 24-14 lead. What do the Patriots do? 3 and out. Back-to-back 3 and outs with a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. Man, I'd be furious at my offense. And then my offense throws a pick on the 1-yard line.
Right.
All time, how to lose a game. All time, how to lose a game. How many punts Seattle forced that day? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 punts. 4 punts and 2 turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
How'd they lose that game? Watch the Patriots win another very annoying game. Be terrible.
Low scoring. Darnold implodes.
There's always the thing that made you so disgusted at New England wins. Like, how does every other team throw up on themselves? Right. It always happened. All right. I've got that 1 yard touchdown pass. I like it. Or not even one. No, sorry. It's not even a 1 yard touchdown pass.
It's a 1 yard attempt, right?
Just a pass attempt. Which, what if they drop back and he gets sacked? That's a pass attempt?
That does not count.
What if they? That's a pass attempt.
It doesn't go on the stat sheet. Not as it does.
Right.
Yeah,
you're right. It should be a drop.
Or if he drops back and then takes off and scrambles.
Right.
It doesn't count either.
I should get a drop back. Is what I should get.
You want called pass.
I want drop back. Just a drop back.
You're getting attempt. The ball's got to leave his hand.
Okay. I still like it. It's like 6-1. 6-1 for a pass.
Sneak it.
He's not.
They're just going to sneak it.
They don't sneak it with him. They sneak it with Barner.
Yeah, but it's the Super Bowl. Now you do it. Because the only reason you wouldn't sneak it is because you're afraid the guy's going to get hurt, right? Isn't that why any team doesn't do it?
Yeah.
So it's the Super Bowl.
Well,
now it's time. Time to do it.
That's why they use Barner for that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Our thanks to Joe Brady. If you missed it, we talked to him at 8 o'clock this morning. Good long conversation. He wears shorts every day. That's one of the things we learned.
Ultimate test these days.
Yeah, it's tough.
I think you're pushing some people out of you're really testing them. You can still be a shorts PSA. If you're a shorts everyday person and you wear pants when it's under 0, I think you still can get away with being a shorts everyday guy.
That's not every day. No, don't.
There's got to be a limit here.
Don't use the word
0.
Then just don't use that. Then you can't use the word every. You got to say most. Shorts most days. You're a shorts most days guy.
Unless under extreme circumstances.
No. You want the everyday. You want that.
You got to do it.
You can't get perfect attendance and miss a day.
But it's not just missing a day. It's like missing a day when there's 10 feet of snow.
Did somebody make it? Did somebody else go perfect attendance? This draft, how many mock drafts have you seen?
Like a dozen more.
This draft is not great for quarterbacks. We know that.
Correct.
The question is, by the time we get to the draft, can the draft convince itself that, yes, it is good for quarterbacks? Because this happens all the time.
Right.
Where, it's not that great for quarterbacks, but 5 will get taken in the first round because it's just such an important position.
I don't know that you'll get 5. I think there's
3. You're getting 2.
3. I think the other 2 that could get people could talk themselves into a first round pick at most are Trinidad Chambliss from Ole Miss and Ty Simpson from Alabama.
Yep.
I think that is it. And both of those guys going in the first round, I don't know. We'll see what kind of combines they have. I think Trinidad could be a guy that people talk themselves into because of the athleticism and how good he was at Ole Miss last year. But it's only 1 year, I think, for him. So he's short also, right? Like that might be a problem for some teams.
Yep.
I think 2 is probably the right number.
It's a low number.
It's not great though. And you might get some running backs right in the first round. Jeremiah Love could go really high.
Yeah. Mel Kiper, by the way, has Chambliss not going in the first 2 rounds.
He doesn't?
No, not in the first round, and not in the second round either.
Did he go back to school and I didn't see that?
Maybe he hasn't declared.
Yeah, he hasn't declared.
Okay.
Ole Miss still waiting on his answer.
Okay.
Okay, that's why. He's one of these players, there's a few of them right now, that are suing the NCAA to get more eligibility. So I guess it depends. We're going to have to wait, to see what a judge says, to see whether he's in the draft or he's going back to college.
803-0550. The out-of-town scoreboard in the NHL tonight, who to root for? The Utah Mammoth. That's really it. That's the biggest one. Root for the Mammoth. And
you definitely want to root against Montreal.
Okay,
also.
Fine. Yeah, sure. The Mammoth and the Jets and in Bruins, Panthers, what do you want?
I want Panthers. Panthers are 11 points back right now.
Go ahead and damage the Bruins a little bit.
Yeah, until they get back in striking distance, I'm good rooting for them for now. I had thought that way about Ottawa yesterday. Like Ottawa had been a team I had been rooting for when they've played head-to-heads against these other teams around you until yesterday, because they were on a 4-game win streak, and I think they were 7 back yesterday. And that's a team that I think is having a very unlucky season. They are, I looked yesterday, in expected goals for percentage on the season, Ottawa's the 4th best team in the NHL. but they have the worst goaltending season by far.
They had Ullmark at the start of the year, and he was a tire fire, and then their kid is not there yet either. They have James Reimer playing.
Reimer was desperately doing it.
James Reimer.
But Ullmark had come back for 2 games since he took a leave from the team, and he looked really good in both games.
Yes, he did.
So I was thinking, that's a team that could put a run together and get back into it. They have the lineup for it. They have the stats that show they are that good, and if Ullmark can be anything near what he had been, they can get back in it. But they lost yesterday, and you extend the lead out another point on them. So I'm not sure you got to be as worried about them. But I'd be as worried about them as I would Florida.
Mike in Rochester before the break. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Love the interview with Joe Brady. With Brandon Bean coming on tomorrow, Jeremy, last week I was listening and you had a great thing. It was like a number about how Bean always kind of falls back on. We can't sign as many good players as we want to when we're paying Josh as much money as we are. And in the Tyler Dunn piece, I think it was yesterday or the day before, Bean kind of said that again when he was asked about, going after big-name players. So I was just wanting to ask, if that comes up tomorrow, could you bring that up to him? Like, hey, all these other teams are able to do it. Like, why can't we figure something out?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I think I know the answer to that, and I do have a question for him about the cap that I'll get to tomorrow. The answer is I just don't like that he frames it as it's Josh, when I think the reality is it's other contracts that frame it. I wouldn't ever be about treating having Josh like it's any sort of handicap. Even if he's the highest paid player in football, that's deservedly so. You have lots of teams paying quarterbacks big cap dollars that are not as good as Josh, and they are not in the same cap trouble. They are not picking. Like, there are plenty of teams that pay their quarterback big money that have other big contracts. The thing that keeps the Bills and has them kind of strapped against the cap is how many contracts they have for middle class and even lower class. I use that phrase like in terms of like relative to the cap. Those players, like why can't you make a trade for? He mentioned in was it Tyler Dunn, or he's been everywhere, and we're gonna have him tomorrow, so I'm excited about it. But it was with Adam Shine about Jacoby Myers.
Yeah, the receivers at the deadline.
The cap and retaining cap and maybe another.
He said they didn't have the room for Myers.
Right, because they would have wanted to retain cap. And the reason you don't have room is not Josh Allen. The reason you don't have room is because of Curtis Samuel. The reason you don't have room is because of Josh Palmer. Like, it's because of Dawson Knox. It's because of Matt Milano, Joey Bosa. Not that these are all bad contracts. Right. Just that I wouldn't, to me, it's like saying, well, I can't afford XYZ because of my mortgage. Well, the mortgage is a thing you have, and it might be your biggest cost, but it's also a really important cost. Josh Allen is paid a lot. Sure, he's not I would never say and even agree with, he's the reason you can't afford other things. It's all the other decisions combined that lead you to not be able to have other things. So the thing I'll get to tomorrow with him is like, do you think maybe this year you might go in with a little room, hopeful to go in with a little bit of room? Which the answer to that can be yes or no. They might not go in with room because they go all the way to the wall and spend every dollar they can on the cap this year, or they leave, $4 to $5 million on the table with the idea of, well, when we get to the mid part of the season and somebody gets hurt and we need to make a deal, we need to be able to make a deal with a team and they don't have to retain cap. So that makes the deal more likely. So thanks, Mike, for the phone call. Yeah, it just doesn't work for me. I wouldn't say it that way. If I go to Spot Track and go to quarterback cap hits, which, by the way, the Bills...
I've got it open. Allen is 6th.
6th right now.
And that's before restructuring anything, which I'm sure they would, whereas not everybody behind them. Like, the Dolphins won't restructure Tua.
Right.
The Cardinals won't restructure Murray. So right there, he's probably 8th.
They can save...
At most.
And I know you can't do it every year. They can save $12 million on the cap by a restructure of next year, according to Over the Cap. So save $12 million. Drop him 12. Where is he on cap hit?
He would be 12th.
12th. The best quarterback.
And if you had 2 or 3 guys like Burrow or Herbert that had the same thing happen, then he'd be like 10th.
Right.
10th to 12th.
You also might have a couple guys that sign. Soon enough.
Right.
Soon enough, Caleb Williams and Drake May, these guys will sign their contracts and they'll be paid more. And you'll have the next... Boy, who's a good one here?
Who's up for contracts?
Nobody.
There might not be a guy for that right now.
Yeah.
This offseason?
Maybe not. But to your point about like the restructure and Tua, they won't restructure Tua, that's another thing. I know it pushes the money down the line, but by having a quarterback you know is as good as he is, restructuring is another advantage. Having Josh is an advantage. It would just never say that having him means there are other sacrifices. It's all the other players that mean sacrifices, and it's not Josh. So maybe it's semantics. This is the way that I'd approach it.
The guy that could get paid, I guess, would be Stroud.
All right.
But are they doing that? Yeah, there's not an easy one.
No,
there might not be one.
There's two names. After next year, Caleb Williams and Drake May, because quarterbacks have been getting paid after 3 years.
Right.
And this is year 2 for them. So after next year.
Whereas for this year, you're probably not
right. Is Drake May after next year going to above Josh Allen's number? It's very possible.
Yeah.
Very possible. 803-0550. And then that'll be a challenge for them, of course, but they will be able to have other players. All right, I've said it enough. Extendo Sports and then Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. Colton Ellis, chaos agent. I'm telling you, if you just, he's like, watching him play goal is like taking smelling salts. I know he saved 3 goals, whatever his goals above expected. I've said this before. I want a different metric for him. I expect every shot to go in. He's all over the place.
He did fall into his own net a couple of times. He's trying to dive.
Every time that they throw it, it's like, honestly, watching him play net, and again, he played well. I'm not trying to take anything from him other than the experience of watching him play. It's like watching a goalie in soccer manage the net on a corner kick. That's how much net I feel like I see when he plays. I feel like I see a soccer net behind him because he's just everywhere. And there's a save, and he's trying to dive on it, and there's 10 bodies around, and he's not even at the top of the crease. He's above the top of the crease.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow, what an experience. It is something to behold.
He was just a little bit above expected, like 0.2.
Okay, good. All right, fine. So he played fine.
Yeah, he played fine.
If not for the Olympic break, which we'll get Lyon tomorrow against Pittsburgh. If not for the Olympic break, he'd be playing a bunch. Like Luukkonen is going to miss the Olympics. We know that now.
Mm-hmm.
So Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen misses the Olympics, and he'll take this time to get healthy. Has everyone recovered from the game? I mean, it was pretty intense.
Yeah, yes. I think
you have.
I'm mostly to okay. They got 3 out of 4.
Okay,
they got 3 out of 4 in Florida. That's great for them.
It's great.
That's great in general. I don't know the last time I could say they probably would have done that, especially in games where they've played on back-to-back nights. Do teams always have to play back-to-back nights, by the way, in Florida?
No.
Okay. So one of those teams doesn't always get an advantage of a team going on a back-to-back? Fine.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I am, I'm still coming down from bewilderment and anger in the moment on what Peyton Krebs was doing in overtime.
Okay.
To
that'll happen.
A place of zen of they're 7 points clear. They got a
7
point.
points clear.
They played the best team in the Eastern Conference.
I was going to say, could I say
on the road, playing the night before. Colton Chaos is in net. And he actually, I thought, was really good from almost the entirety of the game.
Colton Chaos, baby.
Yeah,
I think I
should feel good. I should feel good about
right. If you are having trouble feeling good, allow me to lay it out like this. So you're telling me this is to a person that's going to say like, well, I really feel like they should have gotten to. So you're telling me that your team went on the road, played a back-to-back with a third-string goalie, your third goalie, and played a team that has won 18 of 20, 18 of 19.
Yeah.
And they couldn't beat you without going to the bonus area of the game. And then it took until 4.5 of the 5 minutes of the bonus time and a breakaway. And you lost your 1 point like that. And you're thinking, oh, man, really? We should have gotten 2. Like, I get it.
It's that, and it's also having the lead with 25 seconds to go.
Fine. And when it was 3-3, and they're on the power play, I would have taken a point. This power play,
I agree with that.
I would have taken a point.
Okay, so curling today.
Let's go.
We bet curling?
Yes.
Let's bet some curling.
Not much going on today at the Super Bowl. Tomorrow is NFL Honors.
Yes. Is there any drama, though, with anything? Like that we don't. I guess.
Don't they?
I'm gonna look at the updated.
Don't they announce the Hall of Fame class?
They'll announce the Hall of Fame class. Offensive Player of the Year is known. Defensive Player of the Year is known. Comeback Player of the Year is known.
At quarterbacks, like it's
Offensive
another. It's
Rookie of the
another.
Year.
Does Eli Manning get in year?
Well, it's been reported he didn't.
Okay.
And that he didn't come close. That you need.
So Breeze.
What is it? You need like 40 of the 50 votes, and Eli got like.
It's a different.
Eli got like 13.
I thought there was a different format.
Or 26%, I think.
Okay.
I saw he got 26%, and you need like. I forgot what the number is. It's like 80 or 90% though. Like he was nowhere near what you needed.
So then, what are they revealing?
They're revealing the class, but it's been reported about Eli. It's been reported about Belichick and Kraft.
Gotcha.
So we don't know who got in. We just know a couple guys that we know didn't get in.
MVP. That's where it's going to be. Stafford, we think. Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett.
Easy.
Offensive Player of the Year, JSN.
Easy.
Offensive Rookie of the Year.
That one I think is up in the air.
Tet McMillan.
I think he's the favorite, but it's like really, really close.
Defensive Player Rookie of the Year.
Is Shuck, Tyler Shuck also in the running for that?
He is.
Yeah.
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Schweisinger.
Yeah, Carson Schweisinger. Comeback Player of the Year. Diggs?
I think it's going to be McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, okay. Coach of the Year.
That one is
wide
like a
open.
Five-way. Everyone's right there.
Right. Anybody could win that. Mike McDonald and Mike Vrabel are both there. Assistant Coach of the Year.
No idea.
Clint Kubiak.
Sure, maybe.
Okay. All right.
Can Joe Brady win it? Is he eligible?
He's not nominated.
All right, you got to be a finalist.
Yep, not a finalist. All right, when we return tomorrow, we'll chat with you. It'll be Sabres Penguins. We'll talk with Paul, final game before the break. And Bills GM Brandon Bean joins us at 8:30 tomorrow. So we'll talk then. Cheers.